This plan is designed to ensure that our young people are safe and engaged.
Mayor Brandon Scott announcing his summer youth strategy and a curfew for minors, how the plan will be implemented. Plus, city council members digging into that plan, looking for more transparency, why some members are skeptical of the effectiveness.
And I'm tracking this and also give you a preview of your holiday weekend forecast in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition. It's Thursday, May 25th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Amy Aronson, who's giving us a look at our forecast as we begin this Thursday. Yeah, Thursday.
Yeah, Friday Eve, getting ready for the holiday weekend. I know, I'm preparing all my graphics to break down the potential rain chance this weekend. I don't think it's going to be a washout. So that's good news there, yeah. But we are tracking some showers over the weekend. I'll break down the timing so it doesn't impact your weekend plans. This morning, no rain at all. Actually feels kind of refreshing out there. Upper 50s to near 60 to get things started. We've got winds coming in from the north. That's that drier air filtering in behind a cold front that actually passed through while we were sleeping. Not noticing it, no rain from it, but we are looking at a dry morning ahead of us and a cool one. We're near 50 to start things off. Otherwise, your morning drive gets the green light. Nothing but sunshine with temperatures ending up back in the low 60s by the end of the morning. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we will look ahead to that weekend forecast, and I'll let you know exactly when we are expecting some showers. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we have some of our live cameras around the region pulled up. We've got extremely light volume out there. This is one of those mornings you can count the cars. Great time to get up and head out. We do begin in a city in crisis and a violent night in Baltimore. One man is dead, a teenager shot in two separate incidents. Police say that teen is a 17-year-old. Well, the violence comes just hours after Mayor Brandon Scott announces his new summer youth engagement plan, which he calls Be More this summer. The plan includes the enforcement of the city's curfew, which he hopes will reduce juvenile crime. Here are the key points of the plan here. The curfew starts tomorrow, and it applies to anyone under 17 years old. For 15 and 16-year-olds, the curfew starts at 11. For children younger than 14, the curfew is 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. Social workers will lead enforcement, offering to bring young people out after curfew to outreach centers until a parent can pick them up. Children will not be forced to go to those centers, though. There will be 3 static locations staffed throughout the curfew. These are in Fells Point, Federal Hill, and the Inner Harbor. Parents can face a fine up to $500 if their children repeatedly break curfew. Crowded Republican field, which includes former President Donald Trump, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, and South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, just to name a few. Still ahead on the early edition, we've got a live look from the Bay Bridge ahead of a very busy travel weekend. What you need to know if you're heading down to the beach for the Memorial Day weekend. Plus, a cooler start to the day. Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know if we warm back up for the weekend festivities. Time now 4:37, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
4:40 on this Thursday. If you're trying to check things off your to-do list before we get into the holiday weekend, today is the perfect day to get outside and knock out some yard work. We have nothing but sunshine. Plus, it's not going to be quite as warm as it has been the past couple of days. A little more refreshing. High temperatures will be stuck in the upper 60s to near 70 this afternoon. And we should stay this way actually for a couple of days. New weather maker arrives just in time for the holiday weekend. I do have an updated look at our rain chances courtesy of that in just about 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Happening today, Baltimore City Council is holding a budget estimate meeting for the upcoming fiscal year. Coming up at 5:30, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with a preview. Former Baltimore County official Chris McCollum is expected back in court. He was charged with stealing campaign funds back in February. And several Maryland counties will be named National Heritage Areas. Those areas will receive $10 million in federal funding for restoration projects. Still ahead on the early edition, a looming deadline quickly approaching on the nation's debt limit. Why officials say that invoking the 14th Amendment is not the solution. Plus, Memorial Day weekend just hours away. The major deals you can take advantage of this year. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, the debt dilemma, deal or no deal. The debt is real, and the vice president of the National Taxpayers Union weighs in. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. A bright spot for you this morning. The Maryland Zoo is welcoming 2 new trumpeter swans. The hatchlings are here after a 30-day incubation period at the zoo. They're going to be raised by their parents until they are large enough to survive in the wild, at which point the swans will head to Oregon to ease back into their native lands. Look how cute. Well, inflation is still top of mind for consumers across the nation, but Memorial Day is offering plenty of markdowns on everything from electronics to furniture. Here's a look at some of the year's most notable steals. Amazon already marking down a large amount of items heading into the holiday, including Apple AirPods, 20% off. IKEA marking down shelving and lighting as much as 40%. Plus, Lowe's and Home Depot are both offering major markdowns on appliances, patio furniture, and grills. Perfect items to get your summer started. Well, if you are grilling or barbecuing this weekend, you will want to make sure that you are keeping your ingredients at safe temperatures. Outdoor buffets can become a breeding ground for foodborne illnesses if the dishes are not properly prepared and stored correctly. Those illnesses could include Salmonella, E. coli, or Listeria.
Foods that haven't been kept hot or kept cold. And so it can grow to larger numbers that can eventually cause disease.
Not what you want. Specialists recommend using hot plates or portable stoves to keep food warm. Ice packs and coolers can be used to keep other items cold. If you are not able to keep foods at safe temperatures, professionals say that you should eat the food within 2 hours of setting it out. Taking a live look now from Ocean City this morning. We know thousands are going to be heading down to the beach, to the eastern shore there this weekend. City officials say that despite the ongoing threat of a recession, they still expect a large turnout for the weekend and the summer season.
We're seeing strong early bookings, and we think that's just going to keep rolling. A lot of times when the economy is a little weaker, we still do okay because we are such a quick drive from all those metro areas. So as long as God provides us sunshine, we'll be good.
And that is looking like the case here. Susan Jones, the executive director of the Ocean City Motel Hotel Restaurant Association, says do not expect to find bargains this summer. Hotel and restaurant prices are up and they're expected to stay up. Part of the reason is an ongoing labor shortage. Well, according to AAA, more than 850,000 Marylanders will travel 50 or more miles from home this Memorial Day weekend. That is an increase of about 6% compared to last year, but still less than pre-pandemic levels. If you're traveling to Ocean City or anywhere else this weekend, experts recommend leaving early. The worst times to be on the road is tomorrow between 3 and 6 p.m. Shannon Lilly is going to have more on travel in our 5:30 half hour. Well, we want to see how the weekend forecast is going to be playing out. We want to check in now with meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's got a look. The beach looks wonderful. We should go there.
Yeah, we should head there today. It looks nice there today and tomorrow. Tons of sunshine to kick off the weekend, at least, before things change very quickly. We are looking at dry conditions on Friday, so although everybody's going to be hitting the roads during the afternoon, at least the weather will be on your side. Same for Saturday if you're holding off until Saturday. Mostly cloudy at that point. By Sunday, we're tracking some scattered showers and a few showers on Monday, too, for the holiday. So when you head back home, just plan on some minor delays courtesy of that. Nothing heavy, no severe weather expected, just some light rain. We are off to a comfortable start this morning. Low 60s to begin under mostly cloudy skies. Winds are picking up. It's a little brisk out there. We've got that northerly wind coming in at 16 miles an hour. That's ushering in that dry and that much cooler air. So yesterday was warm. We soared well into the 80s. Today's going to feel much different. We have high pressure building in and nudging in from the north, and that's going to keep us dry and quiet for the next couple of days, but also send us some cooler air, keeping our temperatures down. So let's track this all hour by hour, starting with today. Today, we're starting off dry, and we stay that way. Not too many changes for the remainder of your Thursday. Same goes for Friday, with high pressure getting closer and closer to us. We're looking bright, we're looking sunny. But then turn your attention to what's happening south of here. That's that next weather maker. That area of low pressure that's going to push northward gradually and push some showers our way. Not until Sunday. So Saturday completely dry for outdoor plans. Little cooler and a little cloudy, but it looks like all the showers will hold off till Sunday. And as you can see, it's not a washout. We're actually dry in the morning with some very scattered showers rolling in during the late afternoon. And then Sunday night looks like we take a break before more showers redevelop for the holiday on Monday. So leading up to that rain chance, we've got a cooler couple of days ahead of us. Today, upper 60s to near 70, and then low 70s ahead of us on Friday. So temperatures will be running actually slightly below average for a couple of days. We are warming up for the holiday weekend. Mid-70s are back on Saturday, so mild at that point. Low 70s on Sunday with a couple of showers, and some spotty showers will linger for Memorial Day, but it's warmer with highs in the upper 70s. And beyond that weekend rain chance, we've got some additional spotty showers through Tuesday, but temperatures will be warming. So after the unofficial start to summer this weekend, it's going to start to feel like it. Right on cue, temperatures are heating back up, low 80s both Tuesday and through next Wednesday. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Whether you are heading down to the beach this weekend or hosting a cookout in your backyard, we'd love to see how you're honoring Memorial Day this year. You can scan the QR code there on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. And this is all powered by Stackla. All right, let's take a look at our Len Stoler traffic network now this morning. We've got a look from our Towson cam this morning, and we've got volume picking up a little bit, but pretty nice out there. No issues to report. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 505 and Penn Train 403 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the commute start. Light rail link right on time from end to end. No delays there. And Metro subway link on time as well. For the MTA transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
In a way, and I want to be very clear about this, that limits unnecessary interactions with law enforcement.
Well, ahead on the early edition, we continue our coverage of the mayor's juvenile curfew going into effect this weekend, why some critics are skeptical of the possible results. But first, all eyes on our nation's capital as we approach what could be an economic disaster, why President Biden says he will not enact the 14th Amendment to bypass Congress. Time now, 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, communities across Texas marking the one-year anniversary of the Uvalde school shooting. Can hear the church bells there echoing throughout the city at 12:49 p.m., marking the exact moment a year ago when law enforcement officers finally breached the classroom door at Robb Elementary. 21 people died that day, including 19 children and 2 teachers. Families of the victims attending a candlelight vigil where they joined a community in calling for action.
Too many members of Congress, governors, and state legislators have failed to protect us. They have blocked common sense gun laws that the majority of Americans support. These shootings shouldn't have happened in Newtown, to you in Uvalde, or to anyone else anywhere. We don't need to live this way, and we shouldn't have to die this way.
President Joe Biden also marking the anniversary by renewing calls for an assault weapons ban and a universal background check. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, where a North Dakota school district does not intend to fully follow a new law centered around students' gender identities. The bill signed by Governor Doug Bargum states that districts cannot conceal a student's transgender status from their parents. Fargo Public Schools says it will not comply if it believes doing so will cause harm to a student. Parents on both sides now reacting.
Inclusive school policies and procedures make a difference.
What is actually even more concerning about your efforts to break the law is actually the fact that you are facilitating secret keeping from parents.
Fargo Public Schools telling Sinclair Broadcast Group it would not be commenting on parents' reactions. The new laws took immediate effect. The governor says they balance the First Amendment rights and interests of students, parents, and teachers. Developing now, it appears unlikely President Biden will invoke the 14th Amendment as time runs short to reach an agreement on the debt limit. The clause states the validity of U.S. debt, quote, shall not be questioned. It would essentially allow President Biden to bypass Congress to deal with the debt limit crisis, but would likely face legal challenges. When pressed on the option, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre saying that it would not fix the problem at hand.
As it relates to the 14th Amendment, the president has been very clear that is just not the answer here. The answer here is for Congress to do its job like they did 78 times since 1960. That's the answer.
Well, during a news conference in Hiroshima, Japan on Sunday, President Biden said he believes that he has the legal authority to use the 14th Amendment, but he also noted the potential legal challenges that followed could still cause the nation to default on its debt. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says if a deal is not reached by June 1st, the government could begin defaulting. In your international news now, we are learning the drone attack on the Kremlin earlier this month was likely orchestrated by Ukraine. According to the New York Times, citing anonymous U.S. officials, it was likely coordinated by one of Ukraine's special military or intelligence units. Officials don't know which unit or if President Volodymyr Zelensky was aware of it. Some believe he was not. The 2 drones caused little damage, but Russia quickly blamed Ukraine and its Western allies, including the U.S. It highlights concerns by the Biden administration that Russia will blame the U.S. and retaliate beyond Ukraine.
We're going to work to continue to ensure that the assistance we provide them complies with all U.S. laws and other applicable requirements. And we will continue to communicate to the Ukrainians what has been our very clear policy, which is we don't encourage or enable attacks beyond the borders of Ukraine.
U.S. officials deny any prior knowledge of the attack.
Baltimore's summer youth curfew goes into effect tomorrow. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the plan is raising concerns with city leaders and police.
Juvenile crime in the city and the state not stopping. Just ahead, we sit down with the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services for what he says needs to change.
And we're off to a dry and a comfortable start this morning. I'll let you know exactly how long the dry weather lasts in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, May 25th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us. She's got a look at our forecast as we are heading into a long weekend.
Yeah, an important weekend weather-wise. Unofficial start to summer. Not necessarily going to feel like it, but it's not going to be a washout either. So let's get into what's happening today. If you're lucky enough to extend your weekend and maybe kick it off today, we're in good shape right now. We're off to a comfortable start. Upper 50s, low 60s to begin. Nice and comfortable this morning. We've got some drier, cooler air taking over from the north, and you can feel it. Throw on a light jacket as you take a jog or get your dog out first thing this morning. We do have a mix of clouds and sun to start with temperatures stuck in the low to mid 50s. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we will look ahead to that important holiday weekend forecast, and I will give you an updated look at exactly when we're expecting some showers here.
Turning now to a city in crisis. A man is killed and a teen shot in two separate incidents in Baltimore. Police say someone shot the 17-year-old along Elmora Avenue at around 6:30 last night. Then, just after 9 o'clock, police say they found a man along North Packer Street in the Bromo Arts District. Police say he had been shot in his back, his chest, his face. He later died at the hospital. Anyone with information on either of these shootings is asked to call police.
I focused my entire career on prioritizing Baltimore's young people. They are our future, and we must devote our resources, time, and energy into making sure that they have the opportunities they deserve to grow and develop into their best selves.
The violence comes just hours after Mayor Brandon Scott announces his new summer youth engagement plan, which he calls Be More this summer. The plan includes the enforcement of the city's curfew, which he hopes will reduce juvenile crime. Here are the key points of that plan. The curfew starts tomorrow and applies to anyone under 17 years of age. Now, for 15 and 16-year-olds, the curfew starts at 11. For children younger than 14 and younger, the curfew starts at 9 and goes until 6 the next morning. Social workers will lead enforcement, offering to bring young people out after curfew to outreach centers until parents can pick them up. Children will not be forced to go to those centers. There will be 3 static locations staffed throughout the curfew. These are in the Fells Point, Federal Hill, and Inner Harbor areas. Now, parents can face a fine of up to $500 if their children repeatedly break curfew.
We have live team coverage for you this morning as we are covering all angles of the summer youth curfew, both locally and statewide.
In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us as Fox 45 presses the Department of Juvenile Services secretary about his priorities.
And we want to start right now with Olivia Dance in the city's curfew enforcement plan that is now under fire. Olivia.
Yeah, well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. During a council meeting yesterday, city leaders admitted that there's little they can do to ensure youth follow the city's curfew. So enforcement actually relies on the consent of those who violate the curfew. The enforcement plan impacts groups of 10 or more teens who are gathered in public places beyond curfew hours. But the plan does not allow officers to arrest teen violators. Instead, officers either ask the teens to leave or the teens can agree to be transported to a youth connection center where the city will supply food and games and attempt to find their parents. But again, it all hinges on the consent of those who violate the curfew.
At the end of the day, though, if a young person decides that they are not going to go, I want to remind members of the public and members of this committee that the curfew ordinance does not, young people are not violating criminal code, and so we are not forcing them to go anywhere.
The plan increases the demand on police officers who are already understaffed. The curfew plan is drawing strong words from the police union, and in a statement, the president of the union wrote, quote, "Since there is no enforcement component, these situations with juveniles will just turn into standoffs. This is a classic no-win situation for our BPD officers and the result of hands-off policing and a failing consent decree," end quote. And some city council members and union leaders tell us the Baltimore Police Department is already stretched thin, and they worry this curfew enforcement plan could be the breaking point. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance.
Pastor P.M. Smith, the longtime city resident and community leader, tells Fox 45 News he is skeptical about the curfew for different reasons, saying the responsibility for young people should fall on their parents.
The solution is not the government setting curfews for our children. The solution is parents involved and committed in the life of their young ones. It's parental responsibility, not governmental responsibility. It's not going to work. You can't enforce it.
We want to hear from you. Do you think the mayor's summer youth engagement plan will work to reduce juvenile crime? So far, 100% of those who voted say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
5:04 now. Baltimore City is not the only place in the state seeing a rise in juvenile crime. As the state is grappling with the issue, Fox 45 News sitting down with Vincent Schiraldi. He's the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services. Shannon Lilly is joining us with what Schiraldi had to say about the youth violence and accountability. Shannon?
Secretary Schiraldi, Tom, says there are a lot of things that DJS could be doing better. And a lot of this, he says, comes down to lackluster programming, which they are trying to improve. But we specifically asked him about that rise and surge in juvenile crime that we've seen in our communities, and if he sees that as a DJS problem. Listen to what he had to say.
It's all of the above. DJS needs to pay attention to this. And what we're doing right now is we're talking to prosecutors and talking to police about who are the kids on our caseload that are most likely to either shoot somebody or be shot. And then we are going to work with law enforcement and communities and our staff to wrap services around those young people and also pay close attention to them. Because we have a solution for 95% of the kids. But this 5% that's been really problematic lately and where we have seen an uptick in some categories of violent crime, we don't really have a good solution to that. Law enforcement and some of these violence interruption approaches have done much better.
Well, that 5% of problematic kids appears to be what's driving most of the concern right now. Schiraldi says he hopes to see results relatively soon, but also points out that DJS is not the only problem here, as we live in a society that is just full of guns. But in the meantime, we know that Governor Moore has ordered a top-to-bottom review of DJS. We're not sure what exactly will come of that, but whatever change does come, it will likely be slow-moving. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
5:06, an alarming report out from Microsoft this morning, warning that hackers have compromised critical U.S. infrastructure.
I want to get over to Megan Gillen in our live center now, monitoring the situation. Megan.
Guys, we're hearing the group behind this attack is known as Volt Typhoon. You can see it right there, backed by China, focused on espionage. It is believed that the hackers began gaining access as far back as 2021, but it was only discovered in February, around the same time that the Chinese spy balloon was shot down off South Carolina. Microsoft says critical infrastructure was targeted in Guam, which is home to strategic Navy and Air Force bases and a key player in the region's security. But other places and sectors, guys, in the U.S., they were also targeted, including communications, manufacturing, utilities, transportation, IT. At this point, Microsoft says it appears spying is the only thing these hackers have been doing. There's no evidence that they have tried to take systems down, but that is a concern as tensions remain high with China, especially over Taiwan. Now, we are told, as we take a look right here, that the National Security Agency, the NSA, is actually notifying and working with U.S. organizations in sectors that were infiltrated. And what they're trying to do is block these hackers. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
The Kerwin Education Plan is set to be a big portion of the city's budget. Ahead in our next half hour, the short-term solution for funding and the concern for the long-term plan.
Many Marylanders hitting the road this weekend for the Memorial Day holiday. And just ahead, the warning this morning coming from the Lieutenant Governor.
And we are looking at a cooler couple of days ahead of us with high temperatures briefly back in the low 70s. Temperatures are up and down this weekend along with our rain chances. I'll break down our shower chances in more detail for the holiday weekend in a couple of minutes. It's 5:08. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
New information this morning. Authorities announce an arrest 5 years after the murder of former Morgan State University basketball player Tracy Carrington.
Kenneth Davis is now in custody and charged. Carrington was a witness to a double murder in Towson in April of 2018. The alleged gunmen in that case were out on bond at the time of the shooting and are now convicted.
Months later, September 6th that year, Carrington was shot several times getting into her car in Overly. There's no word if Davis was connected to the murders Carrington witnessed.
Retiring early, maybe a thing of the past. Still ahead, the record low number that reveals how many people don't feel confident in their retirement savings.
But first, the Eyes of Freedom. They are now in Baltimore County, the Memorial Holiday exhibit that you can check out all weekend. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
By 5:15, making headlines this morning, a veterans tribute that is making its way across the country has now made it to Baltimore County ahead of Memorial Day.
Fox 45 News, Mackenzie Stryker. It takes a look at the moving tribute.
It was a sight to see at Hereford High School as a procession arrived escorting the Eyes of Freedom, a nationally traveling veterans tribute.
So special.
Hereford High School students, part of the 4 Our Troops Club, helped organize the arrival ahead of Memorial Day weekend.
I'm so excited that this is in our community and that we have this opportunity to show this to our community and to honor our veterans in our community in this way.
The tribute honors the service and sacrifice of 23 fallen Marines and Navy corpsmen of Columbus, Ohio's Lima Company, killed in Iraq in 2005.
I just think it's really important, like after having family members who served, it's always a good philosophy to have to honor those who served for us and granted us the freedom that we are now blessed with and privileged with.
Veterans.
Almost 22 years in the Army, active duty, multiple tours, Kuwait, Iraq, Desert Storm.
Like Carmelo Genco.
Memorial Day and Veterans Day to a veteran and a veteran's family, there's no better holiday or a time to remember our fallen or just recognize their service.
Probably 20. And Gold Star mother Robin Anderson, a part of the welcoming ceremony.
From the time he was just a little guy, we knew that he was going to go into the military because it was just in his blood.
Robin's son, Norman, a Hereford High graduate, joined the Marines in 2002 with his best friend, Josh Schneider.
He got married on August 5th, deployed August 26th, and then was killed October 19th. It's almost 18 years since he's been killed.
Just over a month later, Snyder was also killed in Iraq.
Straight back here, guys. I still cannot believe that that's here, and that's thanks to this community.
As students worked to set up the memorial inside the school's auditorium for the community to take in for days to come.
They're like life-size murals that depict like those who are a part of Lima Company.
With the combat boots and dog tags of those 23 men on display.
Some of them still have Sam from Iraq in them.
It's a painful but important reminder.
Our country wouldn't be what it is today without the people who serve it, and also we don't get the privileges we get at home without the people overseas who are protecting us and the people here at home who are protecting us.
To always remember those who served.
It's so important that we never forget the men and women that are still serving.
And those, like Robin, left living without them.
I'm blessed to have had him for 21 years. Blessed.
In Hereford, Maxine Stryker, Fox 45 News.
Now, the Eyes of Freedom exhibit will be open for viewing at the school's auditorium today and tomorrow from 3:30 to 8. And then Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, you can go from 10 to 6. It's free at Hereford High School. And I will actually be there tomorrow morning showcasing what you can see at that ceremony that's happening all day tomorrow. Mild start to your day, but get ready for plenty of sunshine.
I like the way that sounds. Let's get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson with the full Weather Authority forecast. And the wind sound this morning, it made me think, oh my gosh, what am I walking into?
I know, it's technically a cold front blowing through, just no rain, just wind with it. I know, I noticed that letting the dog out, there were all these leaves on my deck, and I was like, what happened overnight?
So my egg chair, I was standing in the kitchen making coffee before I left, and my egg chairs outside were, swinging in the wind, but they had that ominous creaking sound.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
This is
Something's
weird.
blowing in, right? Well, don't worry, not much of anything significant. We're actually just looking at a cool down that's coming over the next couple of days before we get into the holiday weekend. But as we look ahead to the holiday weekend, these winds should calm down. Temperatures will warm back up. We're back in the mid-70s by Saturday, a mild start to the weekend and dry start to the weekend. But then I'm tracking some spotty showers by Sunday. Not a washout to wrap up the weekend, but we will see some showers at times. If your weekend plans take you down to the beach in Maryland or Delaware, cloudy and cool there on Saturday, far from ideal for beach time, low 60s, better for just walking the boardwalk. Sunday, we do throw in the scattered showers there too, and they will actually linger through the holiday on Monday, with temperatures only making their way into the upper 60s. You can actually see that wind we were just talking about by looking down at the Towson camera here. Technically, we're looking down at York Road, but you can see a little bit of a shake back and forth with the camera there. That's the winds, gusting up to 15, 20 miles an hour, ushering in that much cooler, drier air. It's comfy out there this morning. Low 50s, low 60s to start, just kind of depending on where you are. Throw on a light jacket as you step out the door. Dark and early temperatures remain down. Not much happening on the weather map. You can barely even see that cold front. It's fizzled out as it pushed through our area. The only way you'll notice it, the winds that are coming in from the north, a cooler spot ushering in that drier air that's going to take over for the next couple of days. So the next couple of days, it's smooth sailing. Not much happening here on FutureScan. Actually, zipping you ahead to the weekend, we do notice some increasing clouds by Saturday. But as I get you into the second half of the weekend, that's when you start to see these green blotches showing up here. That's our shower chance. As you can see, it's spotty, just very spotty, Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, so not a huge rain chance for us even by Sunday. For today, no rain chance at all. Perfect day to get outside. I want to thank Jordan for this picture of their pup enjoying the pool already ahead of the holiday weekend. Little cool for pool time today with highs only ending up in the low 70s. Cool for the next 2 days and then temperatures warming up over the weekend. I did throw in that spotty rain chance Sunday into Monday. Not enough to cancel your outdoor plans though. And then low 80s will follow Tuesday into Wednesday. Tom, Patrice?
Thank you, Amy. I've got more pictures of pups. In fact, taking a look at this very familiar photo we just saw, Jordan from Carroll County. And it's his dog soaking up the sun, as Amy was just talking about, for the summer temperatures heading into the holiday weekend. Katie sent us this picture, though, a photo of her dog, Luke. And Luke, yeah, this is from Riverside Park, enjoying a nice day at the park. Katie, thank you for sending in this photo, too. And, of course, whether you're outside embracing the beautiful weather with your pet or just taking a walk down to the Inner Harbor, we want to see your pictures and your videos. All you have to do, scan the QR code you see on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and taking one camera from the inner and outer loop right here. And it looks like everyone's moving along fine around the Delaney Valley area. No issues to report. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Thursday morning, Mark.
Happy Thursday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got train 505 and Camden train 841 operating with 5-minute delays, and Brunswick train 870 with a 15-minute delay. Light rail link starting the commute on time in both directions. No delays or problems. And Metro subway link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Baltimore City leaders are meeting today to discuss their 2024 budget. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we will take a closer look at the highlights of the budget.
Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars is an instant hit. You can watch it Wednesday nights right here at 9 o'clock on Fox 45. We're giving one lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams. Now, starting this Monday, head to foxbaltimore.com/contest. Tell us about your dream to open a new food service business or fund a current one. A restaurant, a food truck, or any other food service that would make Gordon Ramsay proud. The winner will have the opportunity to appear right here on Fox 45 Morning News with us to promote your business. Get your business plan together and then watch Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars Wednesday nights right here at 9 o'clock on Fox 45.
Topping your consumer news this morning, future interest rate hikes remain uncertain. uncertain as Fed officials are divided on the decision. Some policymakers say the current path of the economy may not require another rate hike, while others believe more policy forming will likely be needed in upcoming meetings. The Fed raised rates by a quarter percentage point earlier this month, which is the 10th straight increase since March of last year. A new report says a growing number of Americans have a gloomy outlook about their retirement funds. The report cites a new Gallup survey and says that only 43% of non-retired adults feel good that they'll have enough savings when they retire. That is the lowest level since 2012. The results also show that continuing concerns about high living costs, amounts of savings, and the possibility of a recession. The report adds that while younger people are optimistic about retirement, less than 40% of adults aged 30 to 64 feel good about retirement.
Highs drop back into the low to mid-70s for your Thursday. Still ahead, meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know what we can expect for Memorial Day weekend.
Texas taking a big step toward tighter border security. Straight ahead from our live center, the proposed new law and what it would mean for human smugglers. 5:27 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Amy Aronson in for Justin because he's out playing with some kids, I think, later on today.
Yeah, he's got a fun assignment today ahead of us. Hopefully he's warming up right now. But we are going to check in with him in just a little bit. But right now we're off to a dry, a cool, and a clear start. So smooth sailing weather-wise as you venture out on this Thursday leading into a holiday weekend. We've got 50s on the map this morning. Little cool as you step out the door. You'll probably notice the winds picking up from the north, gusting as high as 15, 20 miles an hour. So winds are picking up across the region right now. And that's all behind a cold front that technically moved through overnight. No real rain from that. We are starting off dry this morning, and eventually we'll be enjoying that sunshine. So don't forget your sunglasses as you step out the door. We'll stay in the 50s for much of the morning. The mid-60s are back by 10 a.m. Coming up in 10 minutes, we will look ahead to the rest of your weekend forecast, and I'll break down our updated look at when we'll see some showers. Tom, Patrice.
Happening today, city leaders are coming together to try to tackle the massive amount of money needed for the state-mandated blueprint for Maryland's future. Today, we could see an approved budget.
Olivia Dance joining us live here in studio now with a closer look at the concerns about how the city will pay for it. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. The meeting is happening at 2 this afternoon, and a big part of the meeting will focus on approving the budget estimated to be needed for Baltimore City schools. Likely a big discussion when it comes to the school budget will be the blueprint for Maryland's future, also known as Kerwin, which is a 10-year spending plan designed to pour billions of dollars into classrooms around the state. Baltimore City's on the hook for $79 million in state-mandated additional spending. The city found out earlier this year after it was only planning to spend $12 million. Mayor Scott says the news was a gut punch, but they are planning to pull the money from the city's surplus last year.
We are going to meet this requirement because it's the right thing to do, and the only way that we're going to grow into being the best Baltimore, and that's investing in our school system.
Now, Mayor Scott has said tapping into the city's reserves isn't sustainable long term. Of course, we'll be monitoring today's meeting to see if any other concerns or possible solutions are brought up. Tom, back to you.
Olivia, how much of the city's budget will now be going toward education with these new funding requirements?
Yeah, well, Tom, Mayor Scott announced the city's budget for fiscal year 2024 is $3.47 billion. And of that, the city will be spending over $400 million on schools. But with a track record of low-performing schools, some are worried more funding won't improve the schools. Of course, it's likely that only time will tell. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance.
Turning now to a city in crisis, Shantae Jackson made her first public appearance since she announced that she is resigning as the director of the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement earlier this month. Monzi is set to play a major part in the summer program that Mayor Brandon Scott announced just yesterday, but its leader is set to leave on June 30th. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressed Jackson on that.
I know that you announced your resignation, you're planning to leave. Can you say where you plan to go?
Let me stop right here.
Okay.
Never, ever will I prioritize any news about me over top of news about our young people.
That's why I didn't ask
we
during
can
the
save
press
that
conference.
question for a time when I'm ready to share it. Thank you.
Do you have any idea who will be taking your place, especially given this youth curfew plan and Monzi's role in this?
Jackson also oversees the Safe Streets program, which Fox 45 News has been investigating for months. You can find more of the investigation, Jackson's departure, and the summer youth engagement plan all on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
This holiday weekend, summer travel season kicks off with some 853,000 Marylanders, give or take, hitting the roads, driving 50 miles or 50 plus miles. This is all according to AAA. And with more drivers on the road, that can mean more dangers for construction crews. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with an update on an initiative from state leaders to keep our roadways and our highway workers safe this summer. Shannon?
Yeah, year-round, Tom, and especially during the busy summer months, our construction workers have a very dangerous job. In fact, many of them are on the sides of roads, interstates, and highways, and the risk for their job was certainly made evident on March 22nd, when a car driving on Interstate 695 lost control, crashed into a construction site, killing 6 Marylanders. Well, now state leaders are moving forward with a plan to address safety issues in construction zones. So you'll remember last month, Governor Westmore announced the creation of the Work Zone Safety Group, and it's being chaired by Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller. Well, at a press conference yesterday, Lieutenant Governor Miller announced that group will convene for its first meeting on June 1st. And it's going to be made up of industry leaders, safety experts, and members of the road construction industry. Now, the Lieutenant Governor herself spent some 25 years working as a transportation engineer, joining crews on construction sites. And she says since this March 22nd crash, there have been an additional 145 crashes at work sites on Maryland state roads.
This is why Governor Moore and I are acting with a great sense of urgency. The Work Zone Safety Group will identify ways to improve driver awareness around work zones, prioritize work zone safety training, strengthen our laws to address aggressive, distracted, and intoxicated motorists.
Now, Miller says the group will meet as many times as necessary. But in the meantime, drivers, you can do your part. Make sure that you are slowing down in construction zones. And don't forget about the move over law. That applies to any vehicle that is stopped on the side of the road with its lights flashing. You must move over a lane. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
The Senate voting just hours ago to create new state border police force in Texas.
Megan Gillen is at our live center tracking the impacts this could have. Megan.
Guys, we want to take you live to El Paso, Texas here this morning. This is the international bridge that actually connects with Mexico, where we know a lot of changes are now expected. This Senate bill just passed overnight would now make it a crime for migrants to enter the state anywhere but a port of entry. It would also create a mandatory 10-year minimum sentence for human smugglers and devote $100 million to building new detention centers, courts, and security projects right there along the border. State senators changing two important parts of the bill after getting it from the House. And the first is expanding it, allowing both commissioned law enforcement and civilians, but only commissioned officers would have arrest powers and be allowed to carry guns. The second, senators removed a restriction on where the new police force could operate, meaning it could be statewide, not just along the border there. The bill now needs one more pass through the Texas House before then heading to the governor's desk. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center. Back to you.
5:37, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is officially seeking the Republican nomination for president.
I'm Ron DeSantis, and I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
DeSantis posting this video on social media yesterday to mark his entrance on the national stage. He then discussed his presidential bid with Twitter CEO Elon Musk in a live conversation right on Twitter Spaces. DeSantis defending his stance on Disney and how he handled the pandemic. He also used the platform to push back against the NAACP's travel advisory for Florida.
Any of these travel advisories, because they've been doing this for a while, all these left-wing groups, have any of them worked? Well, we're the #1 state for net in-migration and have been every year since I've been governor. We just capped the highest quarter for tourism in the history of the state of Florida.
DeSantis joins a crowded Republican field, which includes former President Donald Trump, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, and South Carolina Senator Tim Scott.
Tax sale mix-up, a little mistake that led to the city selling a woman's home. A mild start to your day, too. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking our next weather maker and if that will impact your holiday festivities. 5:39 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
541, confusion in northeast Baltimore as a homeowner says a simple mistake caused the city to accidentally sell her home. And Scylla Crawford got a tax sale certificate on her door saying her property had been sold last June. Well, Crawford took 2 days off work to sort things out with the city, which revealed the lien on her home was triggered by an overdue lawn mowing bill. But Crawford doesn't have a lawn.
I told him, this wasn't my property. This was an error. What prompted it? Because I'm paying my taxes. I'm paying the water bill. So in my mind, everything is up to date.
Pictures shared with Fox 45 News revealed the lawn issues were actually on a vacant property behind her house. Crawford says she was told to pay the lawn mowing fee and partly reimburse her buyer, and that set her back about $2,900.
The NFL announces the 2025 draft will be held in Green Bay. Coming up on our 6 o'clock hour, how city leaders are preparing now for the influx of fans from all around the country. Memorial Day holiday, the perfect time to shop for some major discounts. Next, the big name stores with some big deals. 542, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. Oh yeah, it's Memorial Day weekend, and part of this weekend, inflation still top of mind for consumers across the nation, but Memorial Day is offering plenty of markdowns on everything from electronics to furniture. Here's a look at some of the year's most notable deals. Amazon is already marking down a large amount of items heading into the holiday, including Apple AirPods. They're 20% off. IKEA is marking down shelving and lighting as much as 40%, plus Lowe's and Home Depot, they're both offering major markdowns on some appliances, patio furnitures, and grill.
If you are grilling or barbecuing this weekend, you will want to make sure that you are keeping your ingredients at safe temperatures. Outdoor buffets can become a breeding ground for foodborne illnesses if the dishes are not properly prepared and stored correctly. Now, those illnesses could include Salmonella, E. coli, or Listeria.
Foods that haven't been kept hot or kept cold. And so it can grow to larger numbers that can eventually cause disease.
Specialists recommend using hot plates or portable stoves to keep food warm. Ice packs and coolers can also be used to keep other items cold. Now, if you're not able to keep foods at safe temperatures, professionals say you should eat the food within 2 hours of setting it out.
Well, speaking of Memorial Day weekend and taking a live look from Ocean City this morning, where thousands of travelers will be heading down the ocean, and city officials say that despite the ongoing threat of a recession, they still expect a large turnout for the weekend and the summer season.
We're seeing strong early bookings, and we think that's just going to keep rolling. A lot of times when the economy is a little weaker, we still do okay because we are such a quick drive from all those metro areas. So as long as God provides us sunshine, we'll be good.
Well, Susan Jones, the executive director of Ocean City Motel Hotel Restaurant Association, says do not expect to find any bargains this summer. Hotel and restaurant prices are up and are expected to stay up. Now, part of the reason, an ongoing labor shortage.
According to AAA, more than 850,000 Marylanders will travel 50 or more miles from home this Memorial Day weekend. That is an increase of about 6% compared to last year, but still less than pre-pandemic levels. If you are traveling to Ocean City or anywhere else this weekend, experts recommend leaving early. The worst times to be on the road, Friday between 3 and 6 p.m.
Well, we want to see how the weekend forecast is playing out, especially when we were just showing the beach, and look at that.
I know. Look at that. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here to tell us if it's going to look like that all weekend or if there are going to be some showers rolling through.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to look as nice at the beaches, especially as the weekend continues. But if you're traveling there tomorrow, you're in good shape. Dry weather across the region, giving tomorrow the green light, at least weather-wise, for your holiday travels. Saturday, same setup, just mostly cloudy, but still dry. I'm tracking some scattered showers on Sunday, so I bumped that to the yellow light, and a few showers will linger on Monday too. So traveling home after your weekend, plan on some damp conditions at that point. Upper 50s to begin. Little cloudy right now and a little breezy. We have the northerly wind on our hands blowing at 13 miles an hour, ushering in some drier, cooler air today. You can see that on the weather map. We technically had a cold front move through overnight while we were sleeping, not noticing it. No rain from it, but winds are picking up behind it, and that's what's bringing in that cool, dry air for the remainder of the week. So we are looking at a dry day ahead of us. The morning clouds give way to full sun this afternoon. Actually pretty quiet over the next couple of days as high pressure nudges in from the north. Then turn your attention to what's happening south of here. That's our next weather maker. That's going to slowly push northward as we get into the weekend, sending us the extra clouds on Saturday and throwing a few showers our way on Sunday. I don't think it's a washout, but right now it looks like we'll see at least a few spotty showers Sunday afternoon and then again on Monday for Memorial Day. Leading up to the holiday weekend, it's going to be cool for the next 2 days. You can give the AC a break. Low 70s on tap today, and actually same for tomorrow. Under sunny skies, we'll make our way into the low and mid 70s as we get into the weekend. Mid 70s will continue through Saturday. Despite that increase in clouds, plan on a few showers on Sunday and for your Memorial Day plans on Monday too, with highs in the upper 70s. After the holiday weekend, after the unofficial start to summer, it's going to feel summery. Temperatures are back in the 80s next Tuesday and Wednesday. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And we do have some cameras up around the region here in Baltimore, and they look fine. The only issue to report that's marked here on the map is Moravia Road, 895, the express toll lane. There's one vehicle involved in that accident, but it's not causing any delays as far as we can tell on the map and looking at the cameras. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Thursday, Mark.
Happy Thursday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we have train 511 on the Penn line with a 5-minute delay for the start, and Brunswick train 870 running 15 minutes late. Allow time for travel out there in those instances. Out there on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way. Looking in that direction, on-time service from end to end, and Metro Subway Link on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
I'm Montreal Nashar on Capitol Hill. Coming up, how close leaders are to reaching a debt ceiling deal and the debate about when an economic worst-case scenario could actually occur.
Made a promise to Baltimore that we would bring everyone and everything to the table to protect the lives, safety, and well-being of our young people.
Mayor Brandon Scott announces his summer youth strategy and a curfew for minors. Still ahead, why some city council members say there are flaws in the plan. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Well, developing now, we are taking you live to the White House, where staffers and the Speaker's office staff will be meeting again to discuss the debt ceiling increase.
The Treasury says the first potential default date is June 1st, which is next Thursday. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has details on the latest debate.
After days of projecting optimism that a debt ceiling deal can be reached, the Speaker of the House letting his frustration spill over.
It didn't seem like it'd be this hard.
Both the Speaker and White House say a default won't occur, but they're still far apart on fundamental issues. Doubts now, too, among some House Republicans about Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen's prediction that June 1st is the earliest we could see a default.
I don't believe that the first of the month is a real deadline. I don't understand why we're not making Janet Yellen show her work.
Democrats say that's a dangerous gamble.
And I don't think this is something you want to be wrong about. If an expert who was confirmed by the Senate to do that job says now is the time to do it, we should do it.
Among the roughly $101 billion in bills due on June 1st are $47 billion to Medicare providers, $12 billion in military and civilian retirement benefits, $12 billion in veterans benefits, and then on June 2nd, $25 billion due for Social Security and $2 billion for Medicaid. New analysis by the Bipartisan Policy Center finds a default is most likely to occur between early June and late August, with what they call an elevated risk between June 2nd and June 13th.
Happening now, a North Dakota school district does not intend to fully follow a new law centered around students' gender identities. The bill signed by Governor Doug Burgum states that districts cannot conceal a student's transgender status from their parents, but Fargo Public Schools says it will not comply if it believes that doing so will cause harm to a student. Parents on both sides are reacting.
Inclusive school policies and procedures make a difference.
What is actually even more concerning about your efforts to break the law is actually the fact that you are facilitating secret keeping from parents.
Fargo Public Schools told Sinclair Broadcast Group that it would not be commenting on parents' reactions. The new laws took effect immediately. The governor says they balance the First Amendment rights and interests of students, parents, and teachers.
5:56 and taking you, well, where student loans on a student on Long Island, there's New York, is running for his school board. Quinn Riddell wants to become the newest member of his West Islip school board. He hopes that his unique perspective will pave the path for change. If elected, Riddell hopes to improve the special education system. He's been practicing handling pressure for years at the VP of the high school PTSA. The teenager also runs his own landscaping business, plus he's an Eagle Scout.
A lot of people on the board, they have their kids, they're 40, some of them are older. And, maybe they went to the district, but it was 20 years ago, 30 years ago. A lot's changed.
Well, Riddell says that he knows what's best and what needs to be changed at the school that will be better for everyone.
News and World Report is changing the way it puts together its best U.S. colleges rankings.
The media company says the 2024 Best College Rankings will put more emphasis on success in graduating students from diverse backgrounds. It will also remove metrics on things like alumni giving, class size, and faculty degrees. The list closely monitored by students, parents, and schools, but it has faced scrutiny as critics argue the rankings do little to help students choose the right school for them.
Yeah. Juvenile crime in the city and state not stopping. Just ahead, we sit down with the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services on what he says needs to change.
Baltimore summer youth curfew goes into effect tomorrow. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the plan is raising concerns with city leaders and police.
For 5 minutes, I gotta meet with the president.
After slamming the door on Project Baltimore last month, the state superintendent of schools finally agrees to an interview. In our next hour, the new questions coming from redacted state test scores.
And we're off to a dry and a comfy start this morning, but I am tracking our next weather maker, unfortunately, just in time for the holiday weekend. I'll break down our rain chances in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, May 25th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly how your holiday weekend, Memorial Day weekend, especially if you're going to go out and honor those who have sacrificed their lives for us.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of outdoor ceremonies happening over the weekend, and weather will be a big factor. Now, fortunately, it looks like it's going to be far from a washout, but we are tracking some shower chances, especially as the weekend continues. The good news is we're off to a dry start, and that includes this morning. For your morning drive, it's dry, it's refreshing, little breezy out there. We had a cold front move through overnight. No real rain from that, but it's certainly kicking up our winds a notch, gusting as high as 15-20 miles an hour. So as you step out with the dog or maybe to squeeze in a jog this morning ahead of the holiday weekend, throw on a light jacket, maybe a sweatshirt. It's cool to begin. Low 50s to start. We are looking at a dry morning ahead of us, though, with some sunshine eventually making an appearance. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we will look ahead to that holiday weekend, and I'll break down our rain chances in more detail. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, where we have no major incidents or delays in our region, and it looks like traffic is moving along just fine. There's travel times for the JFX if you're going from 695 all the way down to President Street. It will take you about 8 minutes. You're in the green.
I focused my entire career on prioritizing Baltimore's young people. They are our future, and we must devote our resources, time, and energy into making sure that they have the opportunities they deserve to grow and develop into their best selves.
Turning now to a city in crisis. This morning, one man is dead and a teen is recovering after being shot in Baltimore. The 17-year-old was shot last night around 6:30 along Elmore Avenue.
Then a few hours later, just after 9, police found a man along North Paca Street in the Bromo Arts District suffering from gunshot wounds to his back, chest, and face. He later died at the hospital. Anyone with information on either of these shootings asked to call police.
The violence comes just hours after Mayor Brandon Scott announces his new summer youth engagement plan, which he calls Be More this summer.
The plan includes the enforcement of the city's curfew, which he hopes will reduce juvenile crime. Let's take a look at the key points of this plan. Curfew starts tomorrow night and applies to anyone 17 years and younger, or actually under 17. For 15 and 16-year-olds, curfew starts at 11. For children younger than 14, curfew is from 9 to 6.
Social workers will lead enforcement, offering to bring young people out after curfew to outreach centers until a parent can come pick them up. Children will not be forced to go to those centers. There will be 3 static locations staffed throughout the curfew. Those are in Fells Point, Federal Hill, and the Inner Harbor. Parents can face a fine of up to $500 if their children repeatedly break curfew.
From the city to the state, we have live team coverage of juvenile crime and the summer youth curfew.
In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us as Fox 45 presses the new Department of Juvenile Services Secretary about his priorities.
First, we start with Olivia Dance, the city's curfew enforcement plan now under fire. And Olivia is here to tell us about exactly what these concerns may be.
Good morning, Tom and Patrice. During a council meeting yesterday, city leaders admitted that there's little they can do to ensure youth follow the city's curfew, so enforcement relies on the consent of those who violate the curfew. Now, the enforcement plan impacts groups of 10 or more teens who are gathered in public places beyond curfew hours, but the plan does not allow officers to arrest teen violators. Instead, officers either ask the teens to leave or the teens can agree to be transported to a youth connection center where the city will supply food and games and attempt to find their parents. But again, it all hinges on the consent of those who violate the curfew.
At the end of the day, though, if a young person decides that they are not going to go, I want to remind members of the public and members of this committee that the curfew ordinance does not, young people are not violating criminal code, and so we are not forcing them to go anywhere.
Well, the plan increases the demand on police officers who are already understaffed. The curfew plan is drawing strong words from the police union, and in a statement, the president of the union wrote, quote, "Since there is no enforcement component, these situations with juveniles will just turn into standoffs. This is a classic no-win situation for our BPD officers and the result of hands-off policing and a failing consent decree," end quote. And some city council members and union leaders tell us the Baltimore Police Department is already stretched thin, and they worry this curfew enforcement plan could be the breaking point. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance.
Well, we want to hear from you. Do you think the mayor's summer youth engagement plan will work to reduce juvenile crime? So far, 100% of those who voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
We are also seeing a rise in juvenile crime statewide as the state grapples with the issue. Fox 45 News sitting down with Vincent Schiraldi. He's the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, and Shannon Lilly is joining us with what Schiraldi is saying about the youth violence and accountability. Shannon?
Secretary Schiraldi, Tom, says there are a lot of things that could be better with DJS, and he says a lot of this comes down to lackluster programming, which they are working to improve. But we asked him about this surging juvenile crime that we're seeing in our city and state. We asked him if he thinks that's a DJS problem. Listen to his response.
It's all of the above. DJS needs to pay attention to this. And what we're doing right now is we're talking to prosecutors and talking to police about who are the kids on our caseload that are most likely to either shoot somebody or be shot. And then we are going to work with law enforcement and communities and our staff to wrap services around those young people and also pay close attention to them. As we have a solution for 95% of the kids. But this 5% that's been really problematic lately and where we have seen an uptick in some categories of violent crime, we don't really have a good solution to that. Law enforcement and some of these violence interruption approaches have done much better.
Yeah, that 5% of problematic kids appears to be what's driving most of the concern right now. Schiraldi says he hopes to see results relatively soon, but also points out DJS is not the only problem, as we live in a society that's just full of guns. Now, we do know in the meantime that the governor has ordered a top-to-bottom review of DJS, and it's still unclear what will come out of that, but any changes that we may see, it seems, will be slow-moving. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Today, city leaders are coming together to address what is needed for the state's mandated blueprint for the future. Topping our next half hour, the concerns from the city about how it's going to be paid for.
And we are getting word this morning hackers have compromised critical U.S. infrastructure. The group allegedly behind this attack, and what is being done to stop it right now.
And I am tracking a brief little cool down for the next couple of days. Low 70s today and tomorrow before the mid 70s return for the start of the weekend. Rain chances also increasing over the weekend. I've got an updated look at exactly when you'll have to plan on a few showers in a couple of minutes. It's 6:06. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning. 6:09, almost 6:10 on this Thursday morning. We're dry, we're cool this morning. Tons of sunshine ahead of us over the next couple of days. Low 70s tomorrow, so not exactly pool-worthy temperatures just yet. But as we get into the holiday weekend, we're back in the mid-70s, at least briefly on Saturday. Saturday, definitely the better day for some pool time because come Sunday, I'm tracking some spotty showers and some cooler temperatures too. I'll walk you through our future scan for the holiday weekend and show you that rain chance in more detail in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
6:10, an alarming report from Microsoft this morning warning that hackers have compromised critical U.S. infrastructure.
Megan Gillen is at our live center monitoring the situation. Megan?
Here's what we know, guys. We're hearing the group behind the attack is known as Volt Typhoon. You can see Microsoft posting about this here. It's backed by China, focused on espionage. It is believed the hackers began gaining access as far back as 2021, but it was only discovered in February, around the same time that the Chinese spy balloon was shot down off of South Carolina. Microsoft says critical infrastructure was targeted in Guam, which is home to strategic Navy and Air Force bases and a key player in the region's security, guys. Other places and sectors in the U.S. also targeted, including communications, manufacturing, utilities, transportation, IT. At this point, Microsoft says it appears that spying is the only thing these hackers have been doing. There is no evidence that they have tried to take systems down, but that is a concern as tensions remain high with China, especially over Taiwan. Now, we are told, take a look at this, that Microsoft and the NSA, this is a joint cybersecurity advisory. They are notifying and working with U.S. organizations and sectors that were infiltrated to try and block these hackers. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it to you, Patrice.
Thank you, Megan. Thousands of people will head to the Eastern Shore this Memorial Day weekend. What you need to know before you take on travel for the holiday weekend.
Disney's new live-action movie, The Little Mermaid, premieres tomorrow, but not without controversy. After the break, how Baltimore took it as a new possibility. 6:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:14 and trending now. Disney's new live-action movie, The Little Mermaid, comes out tomorrow, and it's a remake of the original. But this time, the mermaid named Ariel is African American.
The casting choice was met with some controversy when the trailer was released, but where some people saw problems, little girls across the country and right here in our area saw possibilities. At the Maryland Academy of Dance in Owings Mills, it's a busy time as they prepare for their recital next month. But for founding director Darby Peck, it's not too busy to plan a group outing for the dancers to the new Little Mermaid movie.
It's a black princess. You cannot miss the opportunity.
And her dancers are just as excited.
I want to see Black Girl Magic.
When the trailer for the movie was released, many young girls got to see something they don't see often, a Disney princess that looks like them.
I was screaming because she was black like me.
And just like for the mermaid in the movie, for them, it means a world of possibility.
I feel powerful because most Disney characters aren't black, because I'm black and I see myself in her.
I'm also really excited because she's brown skinned, so that's really exciting. That is so inspiring for any girl of color to be able to look at the TV and see someone that reflects who they are. It makes anything possible, and representation always matters.
Across town at Furley Elementary School in Baltimore, the excitement is the same.
I like how she looks like me. It's cool because she's a second black princess.
Even as students there lose themselves in books, it's this movie that has their imagination.
Seeing a person who looks just like me being a mermaid, it's actually pretty exciting.
And to see the magic the movie has stirred in her students is all their principal could ask for.
She looks just like you do, beautiful, big smiles, and all the joy that's in her eyes to do new adventures and to have a good time just living life. And that's all I can ask in life for them, that they would have that type of adventure, they would have that type of joy and all those great experiences.
Well, now taking you live to the Bay Bridge as the countdown to the holiday weekend continues. Starting tomorrow, the bridge is expected to be packed as people head to the Eastern Shore for Memorial Day. AAA and state officials are urging drivers to use caution around construction crews.
Well, according to AAA, more than 850,000 Marylanders will be traveling 50 or more miles from their home this Memorial Day weekend. It's an increase of about 6% compared to last year, but still less than pre-pandemic levels. If you are traveling to Ocean City or anywhere else this weekend, experts recommend leaving early. Worst times to be on the road Friday afternoon between 3 and 6.
Scan the QR code there on your screen if you want to share your Memorial Day celebrations, whether it's a day at the beach, a cookout, or a ceremony, or just enjoying a long weekend at home. We'd like to see your pictures and videos. You can also submit them on our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
Well, meteorologist Amy Aronson, she's joining us right now, and she's talking about the beach weather for us.
Yeah, unfortunately, the beach doesn't look that great. So if you weren't planning on heading to the coast, maybe just stay right here at home, because we're actually looking at a warmer start to the weekend locally. Mid-70s here on Saturday to get things started. Mostly cloudy at that point. We could see some spotty showers Sunday, but the weekend as a whole, far from a washout. So good news for your outdoor plans. Now, if you are heading to the beaches, either Maryland or Delaware, unfortunately, their chance for rain is a little higher and their temperatures are a little cooler. So cloudy and cool on Saturday. Low 60s, mid 60s on Sunday with some scattered showers, and scattered showers will linger for the holiday on Monday. And water temperatures, ocean temperatures are pretty chilly right now, especially for my standards, low to mid 60s at the moment. Now locally, we are off to a refreshing start. You can see that wind picking up, a breeze. Looking down at Towson this morning, looks kind of quiet down on York Road, but that wind is gusting up to 15-20 miles an hour. And that's bringing in some cooler, drier air. We're starting off in the 50s this morning. We are looking at a much cooler day ahead of us. We're swapping out the 80s from the past couple of days for the 70s. Now we are dry, not much happening here on the weather map, and that's going to continue to be the case not only today, but as we head through the remainder of the week. And Future Scan shows clouds giving way to sun today, nothing but sunshine this afternoon. Clear skies will follow tonight and for your entire Friday too. It's not until over the weekend that the clouds make a return, coming in from the south here. That's where our next weather maker is coming from, an area of low pressure to our south. Going to throw some extra cloud cover our way and eventually some very spotty showers. You'll notice the green far and few between. So not a ton of rain on Sunday, but it looks like some spotty showers at times. And that will continue to be the case through Memorial Day. So as you enjoy your time outside this weekend, we want to see your pictures. Today's a perfect day for it. Upper 60s to low 70s with nothing but sunshine. This pup enjoying the sun and the pool time, although a little cool for pool time today. Thank you, Jordan, for that great picture. And if you are opening up your pool this weekend and enjoying some pool time, send us your pics. Tons of sunshine tomorrow, so a little better for it. Low 70s, mid 70s on Saturday. Saturday, definitely the better of the 2 weekend days for outdoor plans because it looks drier. I am tracking some spotty showers by Sunday into Memorial Day on Monday with highs in the upper 70s at that point. And then after the holiday weekend, it's going to start to feel more summery. I am tracking a warming trend that gets underway next week, brings us back into the low 80s next Tuesday and Wednesday as that weather maker finally clears out of here. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. No major incidents or any delays to report in the region across the area. Taking a live look over to Lock Raven Boulevard this morning, where vehicles are moving just fine. A little congestion, 295 south of Baltimore, but nothing to slow you down, really. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA here leading into a holiday weekend. How you doing, Mark?
Well, doing pretty well, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train 511 operating with a 5-minute delay, along with Camden train 845. And we've got Brunswick train 874 with an 8 to 10-minute delay. Allow time for travel there. Light rail leg right on schedule. No delays or issues. And Metro Subway Link looking good in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Next 2 years, the NFL drafts have found their home. After the break, how the 2025 host is already starting to prepare.
Baltimore City leaders are meeting today to discuss their 2024 budget. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the highlights of the budget. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.624 and topping your Sports Unlimited Taking you live to Green Bay, Wisconsin, as they're preparing to host the 2025 NFL Draft.
Green Bay is one of the NFL's smallest markets, so city leaders are starting to prepare now for the influx of fans from around the country. 250,000 people are expected to visit on draft weekend. There have been discussions of adding Amtrak rail service from Milwaukee and even cruise ships on Lake Michigan if it isn't snowing.
Obviously also highlight that we are the best place, #1 place in the United States to live, right here in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And I've heard from a lot of people across the league that question that. And they obviously didn't take those votes in the winter.
Green Bay is planning 2 years of promotions for the draft on the international stage. The Packers organization expects $94 million economic impact for Wisconsin. $20 million of that going directly to Green Bay. This year's draft was held in Kansas City. Next year's will be held in Detroit.
Well, now taking a look at collegiate sports. More than half of young adults in NCAA acknowledge placing bets on sports.
Yeah, a survey says that about 58% of young adults between 18 and 22 in the most recent survey acknowledged making at least one bet. 67% living on campus say that they are frequent bettors. The online survey was gauged sports betting behavior on college campuses and among young adults, especially with the growth of online platforms and advertising. NCAA is expected to commission an athlete-only survey.
Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars kicked off its premiere right here on Fox 45, and to celebrate it, we're giving one lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams. Starting Monday, head to foxbaltimore.com/contest and tell us about your dream to open a new food service business or maybe fund a current one that would make Gordon Ramsay proud. The winner will have the opportunity to appear on Fox 45 Morning News, so make sure you get your business plan together and then go back and watch last night's premiere of Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars.
Today, we will see the sun and warmer temperatures, actually colder than yesterday.
Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson is letting us know how this is all going to hold up as we head into the Memorial Day weekend.
Summer travel kicks off this weekend, and the extra volume on the roads could mean extra risk for those working on the side of the road. Just ahead, how leaders are taking steps to prevent another deadly crash.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Coming up on 6:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. A little bit cooler. You were mentioning earlier the wind.
I was just surprised as I was waking up. I was like, is that wind I hear outside? Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here with the forecast.
Yeah, definitely some wind. No rain with it, but it is a cold front that actually pushed through overnight. Yesterday was really, really warm and summery. We were in the 80s again. This morning, a different story. We're back in the 50s. Plus, we've got winds coming in from the north, making it feel just a little bit cooler out there. So if we take a look at our wind speeds currently, they are all coming from the same direction, from the north, anywhere from calm up to 15 miles an hour. And today's going to be a noticeably cooler day, so plan accordingly. Although we're in the 50s and 60s through the end of the morning, we should end up in the low 70s by the end of the day. You get the green light for the morning drive and the afternoon drive because I'm tracking nothing but sunshine. Now, over the holiday weekend, we are tracking our next weather maker. I've got an updated look at exactly what that means for our rain chances in 10 minutes. Patrice?
Thank you, Amy. Taking a look now at our Lynn Solar traffic network. We're getting reports of an incident in Hanover. It's on the BW Parkway North, right at Maryland 195. Now, we don't have a live camera in that area, but we are seeing delayed travel times through that region right now. Average speed in that area, 19 miles an hour. So if you're headed that direction, make sure you give yourself plenty of extra time. Happening today, city leaders are coming together to try to tackle the massive amount of money that's needed for the state-mandated blueprint for Maryland's future. Today, we could see an approved budget.
Olivia Dance joining us live now in studio with a closer look at the concerns about how the city will pay for it. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. The meeting is happening at 2 this afternoon, and a big part of the meeting will focus on improving the budget estimated to be needed for Baltimore City schools. Likely a big discussion when it comes to the school budget will be the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, also known as Kerwin, which is a 10-year spending plan designed to pour billions of dollars into classrooms around the state. Baltimore City's on the hook for $79 million in state-mandated additional spending. The city found out earlier this year after it was only planning to spend $12 million. Mayor Scott says the news was a gut punch, but they are planning to pull the money from the city's surplus last year.
We are going to meet this requirement because it's the right thing to do and the only way that we're going to grow into being the best Baltimore, and that's investing in our school system.
Now, Mayor Scott has said tapping into the city's reserves isn't sustainable long term. Of course, we'll be monitoring today's meeting to see if any other concerns or possible solutions are brought up. Tom, back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. But how much of the city's budget will now be going toward education with these new funding requirements?
Yeah, Tom, so Mayor Scott announced the city's budget for fiscal year 2024 is $3.47 billion. And of that, the city will be spending over $400 million on schools. But with a track record of low-performing schools, some are worried that more funding won't actually improve the schools. It's likely, though, that only time will tell. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance.
Elsewhere in the city, confusion breaks out as a homeowner says a simple mistake caused the city to accidentally sell her home. Ansela Crawford got a tax sale certificate on her door in Northeast Baltimore saying her property had been sold last June. Crawford took 2 days off work to sort things out with the city, which revealed the lien on her home was triggered by an overdue lawn mowing bill. But Crawford doesn't have a lawn.
I told them, this wasn't my property. This was an error. What prompted it? Because I'm paying my taxes. I'm paying the water bill. So in my mind, everything is up to date.
Well, pictures shared with Fox 45 News revealed the lawn issues were actually on a vacant property behind her house. Crawford says she was told to make this all go away, pay the lawn mowing fee, and then partly reimburse the buyer for some of their fees. That set her back about $2,900. Fox 45 has notified the city's housing authority about the incident and asked if they plan to reimburse Crawford. But as of now, they say they're still investigating.
Well, it's holiday weekend. AAA reporting the summer travel season kicks off with some 853,000 Marylanders driving 50 miles or more. With more drivers out on the road, that can mean more dangers for our construction crews.
That's right. Shannon Lilly is joining us now with an update on an initiative from state leaders to keep our roadways and highway workers safe throughout this summer. Shannon?
Yeah, year-round, Patrice and Tom, and especially as we move into the busy summer months, we know construction crews sometimes have a dangerous job, oftentimes working on busy highways, interstates, and roadways across the city and state. And that risk, we know, was certainly evident on March 22nd when a car driving on Interstate 695 lost control, crashed into a construction site, killing 6 Marylanders. Well, now state leaders are moving forward with a plan to address safety issues in construction zones. So you'll remember last month, Governor Westmore announced the creation of this work zone safety group being chaired by Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller. Well, at a press conference yesterday, Lieutenant Governor Miller announced that group will convene for its very first meeting on June 1st. It's going to be made up of industry leaders, safety experts, and members of the road construction industry. And the Lieutenant Governor herself spent some 25 years working as a transportation engineer, and she joined crews on construction sites during that time. She says since this March 22nd crash, there have been an additional 145 crashes at work sites just on Maryland state roads.
This is why Governor Moore and I are acting with a great sense of urgency. The Work Zone Safety Group will identify ways to improve driver awareness around work zones, prioritize work zone safety training, strengthen our laws to address aggressive, distracted, and intoxicated motorists.
Now, Miller says the group will meet as many times as necessary, but in the meantime, drivers, you need to do your part. Remember to slow down in construction zones, and don't forget about that move over law. Yes, that applies to any vehicle that is over on the side of the road with its hazards on. You need to move over a lane. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Baltimore summer youth curfew goes into effect tomorrow night, topping our next half hour. How this plan is raising some concerns for many.
And Texas taking a big step toward tighter border security there. The proposed new law and what it could mean for human smugglers.
We are sunny and cool for the next few days. Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson is taking a look at when we could see the next weather maker. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
What in the world? I don't want to be those people right there.
What in the world is right? This sand devil, well, technically it's a dust devil, but it's disrupting a pleasant beach day in Garden City, South Carolina, whirling the sand and snatching beach towels and a blanket to the sky, tuckering out, then dropping some items in the surf.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Almost 6:40 on this Thursday morning. We are looking at a very pretty day ahead of us. If you want to knock out some of your things to do, maybe get the grass cut today ahead of the holiday weekend, you're in good shape. We are looking at tons of sunshine with highs ending up in the low 70s. I'll break down our weekend rain chances in 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. The Texas Senate voting just hours ago to create a new state border police force.
That's right. Megan Gillen is at our live center tracking the impacts that this could have. Megan.
Here we go, guys. Taking you live to El Paso, Texas here this morning. This is the international bridge that connects with Mexico there. A lot of changes now expected there. The Senate bill just passing overnight would make it a crime for migrants to enter the state anywhere but a port of entry. It also creates a mandatory 10-year minimum sentence for human smugglers and devotes $100 million to building new detention centers, courts, and security projects along the border there. State senators changing two important parts of the bill after getting it from the House, and the first is expanding it to allow both commissioned law enforcement and civilians, but only commissioned officers would have arrest powers and be allowed to carry guns. And then second, removing a restriction on where the new police force could operate, meaning it could be statewide, not just along the border there. We know this bill still needs to pass one more time through the Texas House before heading to the governor's desk. We'll keep you posted right here from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Maryland as a whole is trying to crack down on juvenile crime crisis. Coming up in our next half hour, what the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services for the state has to say on the topic in a one-on-one interview with Fox 45.
The iconic singer known for What's Love Got to Do with It, Proud Mary, and so many more has died. Her accomplishments that she's worked hard for since the 60s. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .644, Baltimore County Police arrest and charge a 32-year-old man in connection to the murder of a former Morgan State University basketball player, Tracy Carrington. Police say Kenneth Davis shot and killed Carrington in 2018 after she witnessed a double murder in Towson earlier that year.
Happening today, former Baltimore County official Chris McCollum will be in court. He's charged with stealing campaign funds in February. Plus, several Maryland counties will be named National Heritage Areas. Those areas will receive $10 million in federal funding for restoration projects. National Heritage Areas were named in Maryland.
Baltimore's summer youth curfew goes into effect tomorrow, but the plan is raising concerns for many. Olivia Dance is joining us in studio now. Olivia, what can you tell us about this plan?
Patrice, during a council meeting yesterday, city leaders admitted that there's little they can do to ensure youth follow the city's curfew. So enforcement actually relies on the consent of those who violate the curfew. The enforcement plan impacts groups of 10 or more teens who are gathered in public places beyond curfew hours. But the plan does not allow officers to arrest teen violators. Instead, officers either ask the teens to leave or the teens can agree to be transported to a youth connection center where the city will supply food and games and attempt to find their parents. The plan increases the demand on police officers who are already understaffed. Coming up in about 15 minutes, hear from city council members and the police union president who are concerned about the plan. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News sitting down with the state secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services. The agency has been under scrutiny as the state and the city have been grappling with rising juvenile crime. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with what Vincent Schiraldi has to say on the topic. Shannon?
Well, Secretary Schiraldi, Tom, is admitting that there are plenty of areas that need improvement within DJS. And he says a lot of this comes down to their lackluster programming in some areas that they are working to improve, and we'll have more on that coming up. But in the meantime, he is also pointing out that problems within DJS is not the only factor that's contributing to these surging juvenile crime numbers that we're seeing. He is pointing out just the amount of guns that are on the streets and are able to get in the hands of these kids. So stay with us, because in 15 minutes, you're going to hear directly from him about the improvements that they're trying to make within DJS and when we could see some sort of change. Now back to you.
It is 6:47, and we need to get another check of our forecast. We're getting closer and closer to the holiday weekend.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson here talking about not only some of the parades or some of the people who are doing the memorials, but also heading down the beach.
Exactly. Traveling anywhere this weekend is going to be super important. Tomorrow, a very busy travel day. At least the weather will be on our side. We're not tracking any weather issues really over the next couple of days. Dry for Friday and Saturday. I am tracking some spotty showers Sunday into Monday. I bumped it to the yellow light. I think it's just going to be kind of damp out there. Not really enough rain to ruin your travels. We're off to a comfy start this morning. Upper 50s, mostly cloudy. We've got a northerly wind on our hands at 13 miles an hour, bringing in that dry and actually cool air. So we are looking at a couple of cooler days ahead of us, swapping out the 80s for the low 70s again. Not much happening on the weather map. High pressure is going to be building in and taking over. But then our next weather maker is actually going to push in from the south. So that's going to be the area to watch for that increasing chance for some showers. So let's head over the next couple of days. Not much happening today or tomorrow, but already later tomorrow, you can start to see some showers building to our south. That's that area of low pressure that's going to barrel up the east coast and send some rain not only to the southeast, but eventually to us here in Maryland too. Saturday is dry, just increasing clouds. Sunday, increasing rain chances. That's when we start to sprinkle in some showers, especially for the second half of the day and as we head through Sunday evening. Leading up to that, it's going to be nice and mild. We've got low 70s ahead of us today and actually again tomorrow too. So nice and refreshing with temperatures running a couple degrees below average for a change. We are looking at a warmer start to the holiday weekend. Mid 70s on Saturday, despite the chance for increasing clouds. A few showers by Sunday. Not a washout, but it looks like it will be a little cooler than initially anticipated. So plan on the low 70s through Sunday. For Memorial Day on Monday, if you're headed to any ceremonies or parades, temperatures will make their way back into the upper 70s at that point, and we will continue to dodge a couple of showers. So over the next couple of days, we're dry. We're dry through Saturday, but then some spotty showers arrive come Sunday with highs in the low 70s. Little warmer for Memorial Day on Monday. We're back in the upper 70s with that spotty shower chance. And then Tuesday into Wednesday, much warmer. The low 80s are back, and that's actually the start of a nice little warm-up that's coming our way. So after the unofficial start to summer this weekend, it's going to start to feel like it as we head through next week. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Legendary singer Tina Turner dies at 83 after a long battle with intestinal cancer. Turner rose to fame in the 60s after splitting with her abusive husband, Ike Turner. She became one of the best-loved female rock singers in the 80s. She was known for her high-energy performances and hits like What's Love Got to Do With It and Proud Mary. She won 8 Grammys, was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2021 as a solo artist. That's 30 years after being inducted with Ike.
Oh, she had a long, great career. And it was sad to hear about her passing yesterday, but you knew she was sick, so she did her final farewell tour, and I was so upset that I never got tickets for that.
Well, you guys did a dedication to her a couple years ago.
Oh, look at Jimmy.
We did.
Yeah.
This was Jimmy doing the Creedence Clearwater version of Proud Mary, and then we came in and
It kind of took over and did a little performance. Yeah, this is
We
a rehearsal.
tried.
This wasn't the actual performance that we did.
No.
We had costumes and all sorts of things. But yeah, that was a fun event.
But that's why she was so amazing. So many people like this trying to emulate her, be like her, do the dance like her.
Her style, her hair, the whole thing.
And there was no way to mimic that.
We tried.
I just had to bring my own thing to that.
You did. You nailed it. It was really good.
But no, she will be missed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right.
Switching gears here. Oh, another classic, The Muppets taking on Maryland. Still to come, why the famous puppeteer's work is being honored.
Disney welcomes a new Ariel to its family. How the Little Mermaid remake is stirring up some controversy, and Baltimore is taking advantage of it.
And now it's time for a coffee break.
From manual repairs to starting an online business, Americans are working hard to make enough money outside of their regular business hours.
Dee Gatton has more on the results of a new survey on side hustles and considerations from experts if you're thinking about starting one.
More Americans are cashing in through side hustles, work outside of their primary jobs to help offset costs of inflation. And a new Bankrate survey suggests for some Americans, it could be more than just a trend.
We just have an incredible opportunity right now to be our own boss and to make our income the way that we want to.
It's pretty common to run into someone with a side hustle these days. 39% of U.S. adults have one, according to a new Bankrate.com survey.
For the most part, they're not paying down debt, they're not saving more, not investing more, not using this to go on vacation. It's really just to make ends meet, which I think is a sad reality for a lot of people. I think inflation is a big driver here.
Side hustlers earn an average of a little more than $800 per month, according to Bankrate analysts. Here's a breakdown of where that money is going, according to their survey. 33% of side hustlers primarily spend the extra cash on regular living expenses, and 44% of those with a side hustle think they will always need one to maintain their lifestyle. Despite rising interest rates, the national unemployment rate dipped to 3.4% in April, according to the Labor Department.
Because even if inflation slows, prices are going to remain high. I mean, we're not going to roll back the clock 5 or 10 years. It's more just a slower growth. So, yeah, I think the side hustle, the gig economy is probably here to stay.
Industry analyst for Bankrate Ted Rossman tells me if you are debating a side hustle, weigh some common reasons people have cited: being your own boss and flexible hours, with things like health insurance and vacation time that may be associated with typical work. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Dee Gatton.
Trending now, BWI is one of the angriest airports in our country. This according to a new study from Forbes Advisor. And Forbes analyzed thousands of tweets across 60 airports to see which ones have the angriest travelers. I mean, just being on Twitter makes you angry, right? BWI ranked 17th with the most common complaints, including lost luggage and delays. Coming in the top spot, John Wayne Airport, Orange County, followed by Jacksonville International, Eppley Airfield, Tampa International, and San Antonio International Airport.
Man, I feel some kind of way about that. According to AAA, more than 850,000 Marylanders will travel 50 or more miles from home this Memorial Day weekend. That is an increase of about 6% compared to last year, but still less than pre-pandemic levels. If you are traveling to Ocean City or anywhere else this weekend, experts recommend leaving early. The worst time to be on the road is Friday between 3 and 6 p.m.
Baltimore Rec and Parks, well, they have teamed up with the Ravens to build a new playground in Morrill Park Elementary Middle School. The park includes a large blacktop, brand new equipment, plenty of green space. It's all part of a nationwide effort to cut back on the play space inequities, transforming once unsafe areas back to places where children can have fun and be safe. This morning, the Muppets take Maryland. We have a sneak peek at the Maryland Center for History and Culture's new Jim Henson exhibition.
All right, take a look at this. The Jim Henson exhibition, Imagination Unlimited, will highlight the famous puppeteer's work in film and television. You'll be able to see Kermit the Frog, Ernie and Bert, even David Bowie's costume from the 1986 film Labyrinth. It'll also have a whole section on Henson's ties to Maryland, from his time at the University of Maryland to his very first TV show. That exhibit opens tomorrow.
Baltimore summer youth curfew goes into effect tomorrow. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the plan is raising concerns with city leaders and police.
The juvenile crime in the city and the state is not stopping. Just ahead, we sit down with the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services for what he says needs to change.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, May 25th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
Tom Rogers, a big weekend ahead. We need to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like.
We've got meteorologist Amy Aronson for that.
Yeah, it could be worse. We are tracking a few showers, but not like downpours this weekend. So that's good news for outdoor plans this morning. We are definitely dry and refreshing out there. Feels pretty nice in wake of a cold front that moved through overnight. We're starting off back in the 50s this morning, low and mid 50s right now with a little bit of a breeze on our hands too. So winds are coming in from the north, bringing in that nice dry feel. If you're heading out to walk the dog, maybe walking to the bus stop, throw on a light jacket. Low 50s to begin, mid 50s to end your morning with nothing but sunshine this afternoon. Coming up in 10 minutes, we will look ahead to the rest of the week and the weekend, and I will break down that brief shower chance this weekend and let you know exactly what it means for all your outdoor plans. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller Traffic Network. And we do have some incidents that we need to report. First one, though, in Hanover, there was a collision. And this is northbound 295 BW Parkway, where they have a closed off. There's a slight delay that's actually gotten better. The other incident is 95 north past White Marsh Boulevard. You know that construction zone already. Apparently, there's an accident there and a moving construction site. So you're going to have a delay that is pretty much stop and go right when you get back from those the toll express lanes when they merge back into the regular lanes. So there's a slowdown there, too.
Turning now to a city in crisis, a man killed and a teen shot in two separate incidents in Baltimore. Police say a 17-year-old was shot along Elmora Avenue at around 6:30 last night.
And just after 9, police say they found a man along North Paca Street in the Bromo Arts District. He'd been shot in his back, chest, and face. He was pronounced dead at the hospital, according to police. Anyone with information on either of these shootings asked to call police.
This is a part of a wider plan, a whole plan of summer engagement for our young people that goes into the other engagements that we have and plans we have around young people to help us reduce violence. Never did I say that the youth curfew itself would go out here and be a silver bullet to reducing youth violence in Baltimore, because I'll tell you this again, there is no silver bullet.
The violence comes just hours after Mayor Brandon Scott announced his new summer youth engagement plan, which he calls Be More this summer. The plan includes the enforcement of the city's curfew, which he hopes will help reduce juvenile crime.
Now, here's some of the key points of this plan. The curfew starts tomorrow night and applies to anyone under 17. Now, for 15 and 16-year-olds, the curfew starts at 11. For children younger than 14, the curfew is from 9 to 6.
Social workers will lead enforcement, offering to bring young people out after curfew to outreach centers until a parent can pick them up. Children will not be forced to go to these centers.
There will be 3 static locations staffed throughout this curfew, and they're in Fells Point, Federal Hill, and the Inner Harbor.
Parents can face a fine of up to $500 if their children repeatedly break curfew. We have live team coverage for you this morning as we are covering all angles of the summer youth curfew, both locally and statewide.
Just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live as Fox 45 News presses the new Department of Juvenile Services Secretary about his priorities.
But we want to start with Olivia Dance and the city's curfew enforcement plan that is now under fire. Olivia, what are the details of the plan, and then what are the concerns?
Yeah, well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. During a council meeting yesterday, city leaders admitted that there's little they can do to ensure youth follow the city's curfew. So enforcement actually relies on the consent of those who violate the curfew. The enforcement plan impacts groups of 10 or more teens who are gathered in public places beyond curfew hours. But the plan does not allow officers to arrest teen violators. Instead, officers either ask the teens to leave or the teens can agree to be transported to a youth connection center where the city will supply food and games and attempt to find their parents. However, it all hinges again on the consent of those who violate the curfew.
At the end of the day, though, if a young person decides that they are not going to go, I want to remind members of the public and members of this committee that the curfew ordinance does not, young people are not violating criminal code, and so we are not forcing them to go anywhere.
The plan increases the demand on police officers who are already understaffed. The curfew plan is drawing strong words from the police union, and in a statement, the president of the union wrote, quote, "Since there is no enforcement component, these situations with juveniles will just turn into standoffs. This is a classic no-win situation for our BPD officers and the result of hands-off policing and a failing consent decree," end quote. Some city council members and union leaders, though, tell us the Baltimore Police Department is already stretched thin, and they worry this curfew enforcement plan could be the breaking point. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance.
Thank you, Olivia. We want to hear from you. Do you think the mayor's summer youth engagement plan will work to reduce juvenile crime? As you see on the bottom there, so far 100% of those who have responded say no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Baltimore City is not the only place in the state seeing a rise in juvenile crime.
As the state grapples with the issue, Fox 45 News is sitting down with Vincent Schiraldi. He is the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services.
Shannon Lilly is joining us with what Schiraldi is saying about youth violence and accountability. Shannon?
Well, Secretary Schiraldi Tom says there are a lot of things that could be better within DJS. And he says a lot of that comes down to lackluster programming, which they are trying to improve. But we specifically asked him about the surging juvenile crime and if he sees that as a DJS problem. Listen to his response.
It's all of the above. DJS needs to pay attention to this. And what we're doing right now is we're talking to prosecutors and talking to police about who are the kids on our caseload that are most likely to either shoot somebody or be shot. And then we are going to work with law enforcement and communities and our staff to wrap services around those young people and also pay close attention to them. Because we have a solution for 95% of the kids. But this 5% that's been really problematic lately and where we have seen an uptick in some categories of violent crime, we don't really have a good solution to that. Law enforcement and some of these violence interruption approaches have done much better.
Well, that 5% of problematic kids he mentioned appears to be what's driving most of the concern now. Schiraldi says he hopes to see results relatively soon, but also points out that DJS is not the only problem with a society that is just full of guns. Now, as of now, we know that Governor Moore has ordered a top-to-bottom review of DJS. It is unclear at this point what will come of that. If there is any change, it seems like that change will be slow-moving. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
7:06, an alarming report from Microsoft this morning warning that hackers have compromised critical U.S. infrastructure.
I'm going to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center monitoring the situation. Megan.
What we know right now, guys, is the group behind the attack is known as Volt Typhoon. You can see them posted right here. They're backed by China, focused on espionage. It is believed the hackers began gaining access as far back as 2021. It was only discovered in February, though, around the same time that the Chinese spy balloon was shot down off of South Carolina. Microsoft says critical infrastructure was targeted in Guam, which is home to strategic Navy and Air Force bases and a key player in the region's security. Other places in the sectors of the U.S. were also targeted, and that includes communications, manufacturing, utilities, transportation, and IT. At this point, guys, Microsoft says it appears spying is the only thing these hackers have been doing. There's no evidence that they have tried to take systems down, but that is a concern as tensions remain high with China, especially over Taiwan. We are being told that Microsoft and the NSA, as you take a look right here, a joint cybersecurity advisory, that they are working with U.S. organizations and sectors that were infiltrated to try and block these hackers. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Megan. 7:07 now. We need to get another check of the forecast.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson in here in studio while we hear Justin Chambers is going to be picking up a bat a little bit later on.
Yeah, I think he's warming up this morning, so we are in for a treat in just a little bit, actually. If you're already planning ahead to your weekend, maybe you're planning on opening up the pool and dipping in for the first time. Not exactly the best pool weather. We've got sunshine on Friday, so that helps us out. Low 70s at that point. More clouds than sun on Saturday, but it's a little milder. We're in the mid-70s. Sunday, not a great pool day with some spotty showers, plus it's cooler. We'll spend Sunday in the low 70s along with Memorial Day. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we'll take a closer look at the timeline of the showers this weekend and break down exactly what that means for all your weekend plans. Tom, Patrice.
Trending now, batter up. Towson Little League season is in full swing.
And who better than to have our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, at the ballpark of sorts to see how they're getting ready to hit a home run. Love the helmet. Love it.
Yeah, well, here we are at Yellow Bolt Sports. We're in Hunt Valley, guys, and we're practicing some baseball. We got the Towson Rec Travel team, and they are hitting this morning. I've been in there a little bit. I've been hitting softballs, and that's about all I probably will be able to hit. We were here with Alex Zabardino, the assistant general manager here of Yellow Bolt Sports. Talk about this technology and how cool it is for people to check out.
Yeah, so for baseball teams, it's a great way to get reps over the summer, over the winter, especially on rainy days. You can see where you're hitting in a real MLB stadium. So.
And you have Oriole Park at Camden Yards, of course. Yeah. Obviously, the O's with the big win at Yankee Stadium last night. But you can hit any pitcher, any kind of stadium, and it's a hit tracker too, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. So it would show you the exit velocity and the launch angle that you would have hit if you were to actually hit a ball, which is
launch angle, exit velocity. That's what my brother-in-law told me in Massachusetts. He's a big Red Sox fan, whatever. But he did tell me that that's what I have to work on. So we have these kids here from Towson Rec League and Towson Little League and the travel rec team. All right, so he's in there right now. So he's just looking at pitchers and being able to, see what he can do.
Yeah, so he's going to give 5 pitches in a row. So it's just giving him reps. It's coming straight down the middle every time, so he doesn't have to dodge it or adjust to anything, really. So.
All right, so how fast are these balls coming out right now?
These are coming about 45 miles per hour right now.
All right, I'm going to try to see if I can hit one, okay? So here, you hold the microphone. Okay. Can I jump in there real quick? Well, after this pitch. All right, hold on real quick, guys. Let's see if we can get in. All right, let me swap out. Here we go. You got me, Graham?
Yep.
All right, let's see what Justin can do.
60 miles.
Oh, don't pull anything.
Hey, give me another one. Give me another
I wouldn't go all the way in if I was our photographer. I mean, we can't guarantee Justin's going to hit it.
Here we go, guys. I feel good. I feel good about this.
Oh, he didn't make contact.
He touched? Yeah.
I made contact. That's all that matters. We're going to hub up in a little bit. Guys, 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Can I hit it? The answer, more than likely not. Not many people have, but I'm sure as heck I'm going to try. That's what it's all about.
And to compare, Justin, we were just
Back to
showing
you.
45-mile-an-hour balls being thrown at you, right? So we're going to more than double that.
Right.
45, and I could barely even hit the dang thing. So,
we'll
yeah,
see
I
how
don't
that
think
works
this is
out.
I
going
don't
to
know
go
if you
too
should stand
well.
right
We'll
where
have
you
a lot
are
of
right
fun.
now.
You need to have the kid in the background.
Oh,
give
yeah, I
some
probably should.
pointers.
Let's get out of the cage.
A little cup check later on.
All right, Justin.
Woo!
So you can't have any time. No, we're
For 5 minutes, I gotta meet with the president.
well, we can wait here for you.
Yeah, just give me a moment.
Okay.
Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. After slamming the door on Project Baltimore last month, the state superintendent of schools finally agrees to an interview. We're going to show you what happened when Project Baltimore asked why publicly posted MCAP scores were taken down.
City leaders meeting to discuss the 2024 fiscal year budget, what they will be focusing on at today's meeting. 7:11's the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:14, a youth curfew goes into effect in Baltimore tomorrow as the Memorial Day weekend kicks off. New details were released yesterday, but city leaders admit there is little they can do to ensure that the city's youngest residents abide by the curfew. And that leaves many residents and the Fraternal Order of Police frustrated that this will be a failed effort. Europe C. Morgan, spokesperson for community group Peace, joins us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So this curfew targets groups of 10 or more teens. And if you're under the age of 17, you have to be in the house by a certain time, off the streets by a certain time. Shantae Jackson, the director of Monzi, says, we're going to be relentless about this, but we can't force them to do anything. So will this plan be effective?
I think that's the major question, right? Because according to the mayor's plan and according to what he laid out, there really is no enforcement mechanism. This is by choice. So a young person who is approached has the choice to either go with these community organizers or to these community centers, or simply say no.
Well, Shantae Jackson says that the youth aren't violating any criminal code, so we can't force them to do anything, and we want to limit interaction with police. We don't want to escalate that. So they're even going to have non-BPD people carry the kids to these youth centers if they decide to go. So what do we see as the purpose of all of this?
I think that's a great question to ask. And look, I understand the mayor's sentiment in the fact that there are too many young people who are out on the street. We know that we've had over 70 young people in Baltimore City under the age of 18 who were shot this year. That's an incredible number. And people are desperate trying to figure out, well, what to do. But a mechanism like this that has zero enforcement capability, I think is just setting us up for failure.
And even beyond that, the Fraternal Order of Police came out and said that this is just going to turn into standoffs with the police department. So what happens when police do confront a teen and they don't want to move? Do police just walk away? And then what happens if that situation escalates? What message are we sending to the teens and the youth in the city?
I think every parent knows, of course, that if you are going to set a threat for your children, right, if you do X, I will do Y. You have to be ready to comply with the Y as the person who is trying to enforce this. And it sounds like right now there is no enforcement mechanism. Now, I will say that it's interesting that the mayor is relying so heavily on outside groups aside from the police. And I agree that police should not be the first interaction that these young people encounter. However, this might be a good place for an organization like perhaps Safe Streets that has received millions of dollars in funding, particularly from this mayor, to step in and do this type of enforcement. But unfortunately, there hasn't seemed to be very much talk about Safe Streets and what role they might play in a strategy like this.
If the curfew isn't the game changer when it comes to keeping kids off the streets and safe this summer, what would be a good thing to put in place?
You know, it's interesting. Shantae Jackson actually mentioned that this was a form of communal parenting, right? Which I think really hits at the issue that even Mayor Brandon Scott has talked about a lot. And this is the fact that we need parents to be more engaged in the lives of their young people. There's no reason that an 11-year-old should be out at 1 o'clock in the morning, right? And so when we have this lack of parenting that's going on, you have everyone else in the community, including police officers, who are scrambling to make that up. And I think if the mayor were to focus more heavily on what parents can do and the role that parents should take and the enforcement of parents taking that role, then we might actually get somewhere.
All right, and there is a fine associated if parents have kids that are repeatedly out, so maybe there's something to that. Ripsy, thank you.
Thank you.
And we are looking ahead to the holiday weekend. A mild start on Saturday, a dry start on Saturday too, before some spotty showers arrive for the end of the weekend. The good news is the weekend as a whole far from a washout. So if you have anything outside planned, at least locally, I think you're in decent shape. Now, if you're headed to the beaches, a little bit of a different story. It's not going to be quite as warm there. We've got low 60s to start things off. Plus, it's going to be cloudy, and we've got some scattered showers, especially Sunday into Monday. So better for just walking the boardwalk as opposed to sitting on the beach. And water temperatures are really chilly anyways, hanging out in the low to mid 60s right now. So not great for swimming just yet. We do have the sunshine starting things off today. So leading up to the holiday weekend, we've got tons of sun shining down on Towson right now, bringing our temperatures into the 50s, upper 50s, low 50s to start things off this morning. Feels refreshing. I think these numbers certainly call for a light jacket as you step out the door. We've actually got some frost advisories for our neighbors to the north. That's that cooler air working its way in behind our latest cold front. That moved through last night while we were sleeping. You probably did not even notice the rain, but you are noticing the winds pick up this morning. Little breezy out there, and it's going to stay breezy today as clouds continue to give way to sun. Not too much happening here on Future Scan. We are just flying through Thursday and Friday heading into the weekend. Clouds will gradually increase on Saturday, and by Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, turning mostly cloudy. Here comes that shower chance on Sunday. It's really slim. There's spotty showers, not enough to cancel your outdoor plans, although we are certainly looking at more clouds than sun to wrap up the weekend. Plenty of sun today, though. Temperatures headed into the upper 60s, low 70s. If you are out enjoying the outside today, getting some fresh air, we want to see your pics like the one Jordan sent us here of his pup enjoying the sunshine and the pool, actually. Looks like they've got their pool open all ready for the season. You can do that by going to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. We've got tons of sunshine today and tomorrow with highs in the low 70s. Little milder to kick the weekend off with more clouds, and then some spotty showers will follow Sunday into Monday for Memorial Day with highs in the upper 70s at that point. Showers will scoot out of here as the weekend wraps up on Tuesday, and then after that, we're actually kicking off a nice little warming trend. That's going to bring us into the low 80s by midweek next week. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Amy. Celebrate Memorial Day by honoring the Americans who fought for our freedom. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, the simple things that you can do to show your support.
Little Miles Adventure, we're getting ready. I'm on the sea right now. We're going to talk about that coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
.723, it's so Baltimore. Friends in Harford County celebrating Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Experience the rich Hawaiian culture through traditional dance and music. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Havertide Grace, and he is embracing it all. Hey, Mark.
I'm ready. I'm fully embraced. Arena is leading me into this adventure, Little Maui's adventure. So, what's going on?
So I'm with Pacific Tempo, and we are partnering with Havertide Grace Arts Collective to do 3 shows that are interactive, telling the legends of Maui, the Polynesian Hercules, and they're family-friendly interactive that travel through Hawaii, Tahiti, Maori, or New Zealand, and telling those stories through dance and through audience participation.
I love it. So our head wraps, is this traditional?
Traditional Maori. So I am in a traditional Maori, which is from New Zealand.
Okay.
And these are poi balls, or a ball on rope.
Okay.
We'll get to do this later, so you can learn how to swing the ropes and to teach how to dance, and also to learn about the culture of the different Polynesian and Pacific Island cultures.
And were the poi balls used for entertainment, also for defense?
And strength and flexibility.
Okay.
So the Maori people were warriors and travelers. So it's more like the Native Americans of New Zealand.
Wow.
So.
Well, go ahead and give us some of the poi. Oh, wait a minute now. Wait. Awesome.
And maybe you can try it later.
All right. So, guys. Never know now. I might try it later on, but be careful now. I might be a poi master.
May 26th and 27th at 7 p.m. and 3 p.m. and 7 p.m.
Awesome.
I don't know if Mark should try that. I feel like Mark could knock himself out, and that would be
That's
our
exactly
last.
what I thought.
That'd be our last
What's
hit.
our concussion protocol? Is the very first thing I thought.
I don't know. Let's go look at the employee handbook.
Incredible, yeah.
All right, but she's doing an amazing job.
Good job, man. That's awesome.
Thank you, Pacific Tempo and Havertide Grace Arts Collective doing a great performance, and hopefully you can join us.
Yeah,
All
that
right,
sounds
get
good.
it in there. Yeah, thank you. Well, if you'd like some more information about how you can participate and actually see the performance, go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
All right, well, we're going to be under a mix of clouds and sunshine today.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know how your Memorial Weekend is shaping up.
Baltimore City leaders are meeting today to discuss their 2024 budget. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the highlights of the budget. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Coming up on 7:30 in just a few more seconds. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. 5/25/23. That's the day. If you're writing that down on the last little pieces of your paper in school or typing it in, I don't know.
You just pulled a Justin. You pulling out the numbers. You and him spend way too much time together because you channeled him just now.
Yeah.
Let's go over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. Did you feel that?
I thought you were doing the time, and I was like, hold on, it's 7:30. We're not at 5:30, 5:25, I guess. But
he pulled a Justin.
Yeah, we are flying through May, though, as we head through the final weekend of the month and the unofficial start to summer. It's not exactly going to feel like it. A little cooler than average. It's definitely cooler this morning, mid-50s to start things off, so it's refreshing out there. We've got a northerly wind that's bringing in that dry air behind a cold front that actually moved through last night. Probably didn't notice it, didn't produce any rain, but winds now currently between 10 and 15 miles an hour. The rest of your morning drive gets the green light because we are just warming up. Temperatures in the mid-60s by lunchtime, but it will be noticeably cooler today. Now heading into the weekend, temperatures do warm back up, at least briefly, but I'm also tracking increasing rain chances. I've got an updated look at exactly when we'll see weekend showers in 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network and some of the cameras around the areas. We're starting to see some volume picking up. Right now, we know that there is a collision on 295 Baltimore-Washington Parkway, right in 95 North, right at that merge. And then we also have another one that's in Rosedale. This is 895 southbound, right at the expressway entrance there. There's an accident there, and that's causing a slight slowdown there. Everybody else, you're moving along fine but it's just because of the volume.
Happening today, city leaders are coming together to try to tackle the massive amounts of money needed for the state-mandated Blueprint for Maryland's Future. And today, we could see an approved budget.
Olivia Dance joining us now live here in studio with a closer look at the concerns and how the city will pay for this Kerwin plan. Olivia?
Well, good morning. Tom and Patrice, the meeting is happening at 2 this afternoon, and a big part of the meeting will focus on approving the budget estimated to be needed for Baltimore City schools. Likely a big discussion when it comes to the school budget will be the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, also known as Kerwin, which is a 10-year spending plan designed to pour billions of dollars into classrooms around the state. Baltimore City is on the hook for $79 million in state-mandated additional spending. The city found out earlier this year after it was only planning to spend $12 million. Mayor Scott says the news was a gut punch, but they are planning to pull the money from the city's surplus last year.
We are going to meet this requirement because it's the right thing to do and the only way that we're going to grow into being the best Baltimore, and that's investing in our school system.
Now, Mayor Scott has said tapping into the city's reserve isn't sustainable long term. Of course, we will be monitoring today's meeting, though, to see if any other concerns or possible solutions are brought up. Tom, back to you.
Olivia, did they say how much of the city's budget will now be going toward education with these new funding requirements?
Yeah, Tom, so Mayor Scott announced the city's budget for fiscal year 2024 is $3.47 billion. And of that, the city will be spending over $400 million on schools. But with a track record of low-performing schools, some are worried that more funding won't actually improve the schools. It's likely that only time will tell. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
6:33, the public may soon learn more about student test results that were heavily redacted after Fox 45 News began reporting on low scores.
And as Chris Papps explains, the state superintendent in his first interview with Project Baltimore says the school board will discuss the matter next month.
As Project Baltimore approached the Maryland State Superintendent of Schools on Tuesday,
Mr. Chaudhry,
a police officer blocked our path, trying to stop us
I do apologize.
from speaking with Mohammed Chaudhry.
We are due for 5 minutes. I gotta meet with the president.
Well, we can wait here for you?
Yeah, just give me a moment.
Okay. But we were there to get answers. And for the first time, the state superintendent agreed to speak with us.
I look forward to speaking with you in a few minutes.
Having a high SAT and a low GPA.
The state school board's monthly meeting is where the public can hear what's happening in their schools. But the parents, taxpayers, and lawmakers who want more information on why state test scores were heavily redacted will have to wait another month.
Why isn't this being discussed in front of the public?
Why?
Go ahead.
we will put it on the agenda. It will be discussed. We're going to talk about some of those matters in June.
This all began back in January when student test results known as MCAP scores were posted on the Maryland State Department of Education's website. Shortly after Fox 45 News began reporting on the low test scores, the data was taken down. When the results were reposted in March, many were replaced with asterisks, making it impossible for the public to see how some schools are performing. The change sparked outcry.
It's hiding the truth from parents.
The state education department is instituting a cover-up of what's going on in public schools. Is that outrage?
MSDE, in a statement, said it's following federal law and using enhanced de-identification to protect student privacy because of learning challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic. But federal laws have not changed. MSDE made this decision on its own. With many questions still unanswered, Project Baltimore tried to speak with State Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry at last month's board meeting, and he locked himself behind a door.
The website.
1 month later, we tried again. And at this week's board meeting, the state superintendent and the board president, Clarence Crawford,
You ready? Yeah.
spoke with us.
We've been trying to get interviews with you and talk to you for weeks now, over a month, about this topic. Why have you not answered any questions?
Chris, I've given you all kinds of responses respectfully.
Yeah.
But MSDE's responses have only led to more questions.
Was MSDE in violation of federal law prior to March with the way the data was being reported?
MSDE was not in violation of federal law.
Then why was the data changed?
Because we're applying, we have a new test, and we have shifting end sizes.
But it quickly became clear we would not be getting any new information.
This has all been laid out for you, Chris.
And you've seen the IG report. So. And so where we stand, and
well, the IG report simply said that you could do it. We're asking, why did you do it?
The Maryland Inspector General for Education released a report earlier this month confirming what Project Baltimore already reported, that states have the discretion to choose and implement methods to protect student privacy, which means the state chose to make less information available to the public.
Well, the changes were made in March, so the changes were posted to the website.
We're going to, Chris,
can I get a question now, please?
We're going to present the data as we talk about low-performing schools in June.
This exchange lasted about 4 minutes, with President Crawford often answering for the superintendent.
Do you have anything new that you'd like to ask us about? We've
Baltimore City
questions.
Schools is currently on their website. They are posting the MCAP data the way that it was originally posted in January. Are they in violation of federal law?
Do you have anything else that you would like to ask us?
That's a new question.
We have talked about this issue.
No, we haven't.
Yes, we have. From my perspective, we have spoken about...
City Schools is still reporting the data before it wasn't redacted.
Chris, we have talked about this matter. Do you have another topic you'd like to talk about? Anything new you want to add?
Well,
we've covered that.
But, sir, I just asked you a new question that hasn't been answered.
Thank you much.
Everyone should be applying the data suppression rules of what's in the ESSA plan.
But why was the data sent to city schools in the first place before it was redacted?
I need to talk to...
School systems always get the raw data. That's how it works. And then you run the raw data, and if you have small end size... Chris, I've given you this response. In June, we're going to do a deep dive on low-performing schools. It's fine. I know you want to push this narrative, but it's not okay. It's just not okay, Chris.
But state lawmakers have reached out to you, the public has reached out to you, special interest groups have reached out to you.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
You can watch Project Baltimore's full 4.5-minute interview with MSDE right now. You can follow the QR code that is on your screen.
Thousands of Marylanders will be hitting the roads for Memorial Day weekend. What city officials are doing to keep the roadways and highway workers safe this summer?
We are staying in the 70s with a bit of windy conditions today when we can expect our next weather maker to arrive. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We'll get it during 7:41 on this Thursday, this Friday Eve. If you're trying to check off all your things to do before the weekend, maybe cutting the grass is on the list, today looks awesome for it. It's not as warm as it was the past couple of days. We'll spend today in the low 70s under sunny skies. Now, over the weekend, we do have a few issues involving some showers. I've got an updated look at our rain chance in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
The city's youth curfew goes into effect this weekend.
Well, right after the break, why some say this curfew is just a waste of time.
Summer travel kicks off this weekend, and the extra volume on the roads could mean extra risk for those working the side of the road. Just ahead, how leaders are working to prevent yet another deadly crash.
Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott releasing some details surrounding his curfew policies and enforcement for juveniles, and the curfew starts Friday night. This as neighbors are complaining about an increase in illegal dirt bikes racing along city streets, and they say they are more than just a nuisance. Well, joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
Let's start with the dirt bikes, the riders, the ATVs, the stunt drivers, as the city calls them. They're the ones that do the circles in the middle of the intersections. Last summer, we saw police sitting on the outskirts of it, watching. The Foxtrot was taking recordings of it. They would go down and track where they went and then catch the riders. However, every time they pulled in a dirt bike, it seemed like two more showed back up in the city. Is this working?
Currently not. So, this whole hands-off approach they have is certainly not working for the city. Dirt bikes is more than a nuisance. They're very dangerous. They're meant to intimidate. They do. I witnessed them on the sidewalk in Fells Point, right on Broadway, up on the sidewalk one Saturday, terrifying people. So, and it's dangerous. You're sitting out, eating outdoors, and people riding dirt bikes right by where you're eating.
Well, I mean, illegally riding the dirt bikes or whatever it is, and then not having insurance on them. So even if they do hit another vehicle, which we have plenty of videos showing where they actually collide into parked cars or whatever, there's no recourse then for the victim, the person that actually owns the car, which means then even just at a basic level, their insurance goes up. And every responsible person in the city who has a vehicle or drives properly, their insurance policies go up.
Yeah, I mean, this is the policies are so backwards. Where the good people, the law-abiding, tax-paying, visiting people, tourists, they get punished, and the people that are causing all the misery in the city are let to do whatever they want. It's an upside down.
Let's talk about, though, because a lot of people are saying, okay, well, if we had a dirt bike park, that will take care of it. There's many arguments there. We can go down that path. But I want to go over to the juveniles and what we are hearing about a curfew that starts Memorial Day weekend. The mayor, has said that we've had curfews in place before. This time, though, police cannot make an arrest unless they see a juvenile actually catch those juveniles in the act of a crime.
So why do you need a curfew? You don't need a curfew to arrest somebody for committing a crime. This is, let me tell you, I think he's a magician because he's going to make every good person in the city disappear. These are the dumbest rules, the dumbest plans. I don't know who vetted this, who thought of it, and who put into this and signed it. You have a curfew. We have 2 different times for different ages, first of all. You have one for 13 to 14, one for 15 to 16, 11 to 6, 9 to 6. Okay. How do you know how old kids are walking down the street, number one? Now you're going to have bad interactions because they say they stop because of race instead of age. No one carries identification because they don't have licenses yet. They don't have to go to the youth center if they don't want to. You can't stop them just for violating the curfew. You can't arrest them. You can't even stop them. Why do we have this? And why do we make it so hard on our police officers? And why are we wasting our time? And why? It's unbelievably poorly thought out.
Yeah, we'll leave it right there. Thank you. You can hear Ed Norris every morning, Monday through Friday, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
7:48. We need to get another check of the forecast.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson looking at the Memorial Day weekend forecast.
Yeah, lots of travel happening over the next couple of days. And fortunately for us locally, if you're traveling within Maryland, you're in pretty good shape. It's going to be dry tomorrow. Dry on Saturday, too, actually, giving that the green light. Come Sunday, you face some issues depending on where you're headed. If you're headed down to the beaches or home from the beaches, we'll be tracking some scattered showers. At that point, nothing severe, nothing too heavy, but giving that the yellow light because of damp road conditions both Sunday and Monday heading home after the holiday. Mostly cloudy this morning and pretty quiet. Mid-50s to begin with a northerly wind at about 10 miles an hour right now. That's bringing in that cooler, drier air. Temperatures will be running about 10 to 15 degrees cooler than they were yesterday. So it's going to feel much different out there, much more refreshing. We do have high pressure taking over, and that's going to help keep us quiet for the next couple of days. So no real weather makers in sight, at least today or tomorrow. It's after that that we turn our attention to the south. That's where we find an area of low pressure that starts to push northward. That's going to cloud up our skies by the start of the weekend with some showers filtering in come Sunday. They will be very, very spotty, so I don't think we're talking a ton of rain here. Not a washout, but some spotty showers at times during the day on Sunday. So leading up to that, we are quiet and dry for the next 2 days. I'm tracking high temperatures in the cooler, low 70s today, and then low to mid 70s as we get into your Friday tomorrow with sunshine both days. This weekend, we say goodbye to the sun. We cloud things up on Saturday, but we make our way into the mid 70s. Latest indication shows Sunday's not quite as warm as originally anticipated, so we are back in the low 70s, and yeah, we could see some spotty showers too. Spotty showers will linger through Memorial Day for any celebrations or ceremonies happening or just parades, so plan on that. Plus, it's going to be a little warmer with highs in the upper 70s. A quick look at that full 7-day forecast because we are dry through Saturday at least, but then I am tracking that spotty shower chance Sunday into Monday. We're also warming up next week, so after the holiday weekend, we are back in the low 80s next Tuesday and Wednesday. Tom, Patrice.
The Little Mermaid hits the big screen this Memorial Day weekend. How the movie is sparking joy for Maryland kids when it comes to representation.
Oh, looks like he was trying to get his microphone on.
He was probably doing those balls that we saw last time and smacked his microphone off. I think he probably needs coffee.
Yes, we all need some coffee. It's time for a coffee break. 7:53 in this holiday weekend, AAA reports the summer travel season kicks off with some 853,000 Marylanders driving 50 miles or more. With more drivers on the road, that could mean more dangers for construction crews.
That's right. Shannon Lilly is joining us now with an update on an initiative from state leaders to keep our roadways and highway workers safe this summer. Shannon.
Yeah, year-round, Patrice and Tom, and especially as we move into the summer months, we know that our construction crews oftentimes have a dangerous job. They are often right along busy roads, highways, and interstates, and that risk for their job was certainly made evident on March 22nd here when a car driving on Interstate 695 lost control and crashed into a construction site, killing 6 Marylanders. Well, now state leaders are moving forward with a plan to address safety issues in construction zones. And you'll remember last month, Governor Westmore announced the creation of the Work Zone Safety Group that's being chaired by Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller. Well, at a press conference yesterday, Lieutenant Governor Miller announced that group will convene for its first meeting on June 1st. And it's going to be made up of industry leaders, safety experts, and members of the road construction industry. In fact, the lieutenant governor herself spent some 25 years working as a transportation engineer, joining crews on construction sites. And she says since this March 22nd crash, there have been an additional 145 crashes at work sites just on Maryland state roads.
This is why Governor Moore and I are acting with a great sense of urgency. The Work Zone Safety Group will identify ways to improve driver awareness around work zones, prioritize work zone safety training, strengthen our laws to address aggressive, distracted, and intoxicated motorists.
Now, Miller says the group will meet up as many times as necessary to improve safety. But in the meantime, you as drivers need to do your part. Remember to slow down in construction zones and don't forget to obey the move over law. And that applies for any vehicle that is stopped on the side of the road with its hazards on. You must move over a lane. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We'll be getting a cool down today. Just ahead, what you can expect for your Memorial Day weekend.
And we are live from Yellow Bolt Sports here in Hunt Valley. They've switched me to softball to see if I can hit. Do you have one coming for me? Give me a heater right down the middle. Here comes the softball. Let's see if if I can hit it. Oh! What do you think, Towson? What do you think, Towson Tigers rec team? No, they say no. All right, we'll try again later.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, May 25th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we have meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us.
Yeah, it's a pretty day out there today. I was just trying to find my boating forecast because I was like, that's appropriate for this weekend. Everyone's breaking out their boats, doing all the things outside. So weather is going to be super important. Right now, we are off to a nice quiet start. So maybe you're getting the boat out and ready today. You're in good shape today. We've got 50s to begin, mid and upper 50s right now. Just throw in a light jacket or a sweater to get you through the morning. Maybe you're heading out with the dog or squeezing in a jog. We've got sunshine for the remainder of the morning, and we're close to 60 by the end of it. Now, over the weekend, we are tracking some showers, so that's going to get in the way of your outdoor plans. I'll break down the timeline of them and let you know exactly how long they stick around in just about 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Out on the roads, we have your Len Stoller traffic network. And look around the Beltway. You can see we've got some traffic, some volume picking up out there this morning. No major issues to report. Just something to keep in mind as you head out this morning.
I focused my entire career on prioritizing Baltimore's young people. They are our future, and we must devote our resources, time, and energy into making sure that they have the opportunities they deserve to grow and develop into their best selves.
Turning now to a city in crisis. One man is dead and a teen is recovering after being shot in Baltimore. The 17-year-old was shot last night around 6:30 along Elmora Avenue.
Then a few hours later, just after 9 o'clock, police found a man along North Pacas Street in the Bromo Arts District suffering from gunshot wounds to his back, chest, and face. He later died at the hospital. Anyone with information on either of these shootings is asked to call police.
The violence comes just hours after Mayor Brandon Scott announces his new summer youth engagement plan, which he calls the Be More this summer.
The plan includes the enforcement of the city's curfew, which he hopes will reduce juvenile crime. Let's take a look at the key points of this plan here. We know the curfew starts tomorrow night and applies to anyone under 17 years old. For 15 and 16-year-olds, the curfew starts at 11. For children younger than 14, the curfew is 9 until 6 a.m.
Social workers will lead enforcement, offering to bring young people who are out after curfew to outreach centers until a parent can pick them up. Children will not be forced to go to those centers. There will be 3 static locations staffed throughout the curfew. These are in Fells Point, Federal Hill, and the Inner Harbor. Parents can face a fine of up to $500 if their children repeatedly break curfew.
Well, from the city to the state, we have live team coverage on juvenile crime and the summer youth curfew.
In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us as Fox 45 presses the new Department of Juvenile Services secretary about his priorities.
But first, we start with Olivia Dance. The city's curfew enforcement plan now under fire. Olivia, what can you tell us about the details of the plan and the concerns?
Well, good morning, Megan and Patrice. During a council meeting yesterday, city leaders admitted that there's little they can do to ensure youth follow the city's curfew. So enforcement actually relies on the consent of those who violate the curfew. The enforcement plan impacts groups of 10 or more teens who are gathered in public places beyond curfew hours. But the plan does not allow officers to arrest teen violators. Instead, officers either ask the teens to leave or the teens can agree to be transported to a youth connection center where the city will supply food and games and attempt to find their parents. But again, it all hinges on the consent of those who violate the curfew.
At the end of the day, though, if a young person decides that they are not going to go, I want to remind members of the public and members of this committee that the curfew ordinance does not, young people are not violating criminal code, and so we are not forcing them to go anywhere.
Now, the plan increases the demand on police officers who are already understaffed. The curfew plan is drawing strong words from the police union, and in a statement, the president of the union wrote, quote, "Since there is no enforcement component, these situations with juveniles will just turn into standoffs. This is a classic no-win situation for our BPD officers and the result of hands-off policing and a failing consent decree." Some city council members and union leaders tell us the Baltimore Police Department is already stretched thin, and they worry this curfew enforcement plan could be the breaking point. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
We want to hear from you. Do you think that the mayor's summer youth engagement plan will work to reduce juvenile crime? So far, 100% of those who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Well, we are also seeing a rise in juvenile crime statewide as the state grapples with the issue. Fox 45 News is sitting down with Vincent Schiraldi. He is the secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services. Shannon Lilly joining us live with what Schiraldi is saying about youth violence and accountability. Shannon.
Well, Secretary Schiraldi, Megan, says there is a lot that DJS could be doing better. And he says a lot of this comes down to lackluster programming that they are trying to improve. But we also specifically asked him about the surging juvenile crime and if he thinks that's a DJS problem. Listen to his response.
It's all of the above. DJS needs to pay attention to this. And what we're doing right now is we're talking to prosecutors and talking to police about who are the kids on our caseload that are most likely to either shoot somebody or be shot. And then we are going to work with law enforcement and communities and our staff to wrap services around those young people and also pay close attention to them. As we have a solution for 95% of the kids. But this 5% that's been really problematic lately and where we have seen an uptick in some categories of violent crime, we don't really have a good solution to that. Law enforcement and some of these violence interruption approaches have done much better.
Yeah, that 5% of problematic kids, though, appears to be what's driving most of the concern now. Schiraldi says he hopes to see results relatively soon, but also points out that DJS isn't the only problem when we live in a society that is just full of guns. But we know that as of now, Governor Moore has ordered a top-to-bottom review of DJS. It's unclear what will come out of that, but if there is change that is to come, it does seem like it will be slow-moving. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Today, city leaders are coming together to address what is needed for the state's mandated blueprint for the future. Topping our next half hour, the concerns from the city about how it's going to be paid for.
And we are getting word this morning hackers have compromised critical U.S. infrastructure. The group allegedly behind the attack and what's being done to stop it.
And I'm tracking a little cool down over the next couple of days, but after that, we're warming right back up. I'll break down our weekend rain chances in just a couple of minutes. It's 8:06. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:09 on this Thursday morning as we look ahead to the holiday weekend. We're starting off dry and a little cooler, actually, so not as warm as it was the past couple of days. If your pool's already open and you're anxious to jump in, it's going to be sunny Friday, but a little chilly for pool time. We've got temperatures in the low 70s at that point. We cloud up our skies Saturday, but we are dry, so if you want to head to the pool for the first time this season, you're in good shape, mid-70s. Sunday, we are dodging some spotty showers, plus it's a little cooler, so maybe the better day for indoor plans with highs in the low 70s at that point. Coming up in 10 minutes, we will take a closer look at this weekend rain chance, and I'll let you know exactly what it means for all your holiday plans. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you from our live center now. An alarming report from Microsoft this morning warning that hackers might have compromised critical U.S. infrastructure. We are hearing the group behind the attack. Take a look. It is Volt Typhoon. It's backed by China and focused on espionage. It is believed the hackers began gaining access as far back as 2021, but it was only discovered in February, around the same time that the Chinese spy balloon was shot down off of South Carolina. Microsoft says that critical infrastructure was targeted in Guam, which is home to strategic Navy and Air Force bases and a key player in the region's security. But other places and sectors in the U.S. were also targeted, including communications, manufacturing, utilities, transportation, IT. At this point, Microsoft says it appears spying is the only thing these hackers have been doing. There's no evidence that they've tried to take systems down, but that is a concern as tensions remain high with China, especially over Taiwan. Now, we are told Microsoft and the NSA, it's a joint cybersecurity advisory here, that they are notifying and working with U.S. organizations and sectors that were infiltrated to try and block these hackers. That's the latest from our live center.
Thousands of people will head to the Eastern Shore this Memorial Day weekend. What you need to know before you take on travel for the holiday weekend. And Disney's new live-action movie, The Little Mermaid, premieres tomorrow, but not without some controversy. After the break, how Baltimore is looking at it as new possibilities. 8:11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
trending now. Disney's new live-action movie, The Little Mermaid, comes out tomorrow. It is a remake of the original, but this time around, the mermaid, named Ariel, is African-American.
That casting choice was met with some controversy when the trailer was released, but where some people saw problems, little girls across the country and right here in our area saw possibilities. At the Maryland Academy of Dance in Owings Mills, it's a busy time as they prepare for their recital next month. But for founding director Darby Peck, it's not too busy to plan a group outing for the dancers to the new Little Mermaid movie.
It's a black princess. You cannot miss the opportunity.
And her dancers are just as excited.
I want to see Black Girl Magic.
When the trailer for the movie was released, many young girls got to see something they don't see often, a Disney princess that looks like them.
I was screaming because she was black like me.
And just like for the mermaid in the movie, for them, it means a world of possibility.
I feel powerful because most Disney characters aren't black, because I'm black and I see myself in her.
I'm also really excited because she's brown skinned, so that's really exciting. That is so inspiring for any girl of color to be able to look at the TV and see someone that reflects who they are. It makes anything possible, and representation always matters.
Across town at Furley Elementary School in Baltimore, the excitement is the same.
I like how she looks like me. It's cool because she's a second black princess.
Even as students there lose themselves in books, it's this movie that has their imagination.
Seeing a person who looks just like me being a mermaid, it's actually pretty exciting.
And to see the magic the movie has stirred in her students is all their principal could ask for.
She looks just like you do, beautiful, big smiles, and all the joy that's in her eyes to do new adventures and to have a good time just living life. And that's all I can ask in life for them, that they would have that type of adventure, they would have that type of joy and all those great experiences.
We already got tickets for tomorrow.
Looking forward to seeing it myself. Those little girls, too. Oh, so cute. I'll tell you what, it's pretty nice to be outside with the mermaids, hopefully this weekend for Memorial Day.
We've got meteorologist Amy Aronson taking a look at the forecast. And if it rains a little, that's all right. They can go under the sea.
Yeah, exactly. Or just head to the movies, right? Lots of indoor things happening this weekend, too. And we do have a little bit of everything coming our way for the holiday weekend. We're off to a dry to mild start. That's going to be the case tomorrow and Saturday with highs in the mid-70s. But then we throw some spotty showers into the mix come Sunday. Not a washout by any means, but it will definitely be overcast and cooler by the end of the weekend with highs back in the low 70s. Now let's head to the beach. Cloudy and cool there on Saturday, actually low 60s. Not a great beach day on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, unfortunately. Some scattered showers will show up, much better for boardwalk walking. Water temperatures are a little chilly at this point early in the season anyways, currently in the low to mid 60s. So not exactly swimming weather just yet. If your weekend plans take you on the water to the bay, mostly cloudy to start on Saturday. Sweatshirts will be needed with temperatures close to 70. You'll notice winds pick up and we increase that shower chance Sunday to Monday, so not as ideal, but temperatures will be improving gradually. And we are in the mid 70s on the water by the holiday on Monday. Right now, nothing but sunshine and blue skies looking at Towson. We are off to a really pretty start. A comfortable start, upper 50s in a lot of spots right now. Columbia is still holding on to 53 and 52 in Westminster. So refreshing to begin. As we head through the rest of the day, temperatures will be warming, but we're running about 10 degrees cooler than yesterday. So it feels much different. Drier air taking over from the north. Technically, we had a cold front push through overnight. No rain from that system, but it did bring some drier air our direction. And we will see more sunshine as we head through the afternoon. Same setup tomorrow. Nothing but sunshine, actually. So smooth sailing through your Friday. Saturday starts off with a little sliver of sun, and then clouds will gradually take over from the south. That's where that next weather maker is coming from. No rain from that Saturday, but it looks like we'll get in on a couple of showers working their way in on Sunday. Not a washout, especially according to this latest update on our future scan here, but definitely cloudy with a couple of sprinkles throughout the afternoon. If you're heading outside today, we want to see your pictures. It's a perfect day for anything outside. Maybe you're just gearing up for the weekend, getting the pool ready to open. Sunny skies ahead of us today with highs in the upper 60s, low 70s. This pup enjoying the pool on a float. What a life. Best life there. Thank you, Jordan, for that pic. I want to see your pics of whatever you're doing this weekend. Send them to us, foxbaltimore.com/chime in. And we've got lots of sunshine headed our way through Friday. More clouds over the weekend with that spotty shower chance coming Sunday into Memorial Day. Warming temperatures next week will jump from the upper 70s back into the low 80s, both Tuesday and Wednesday. Megan, Patrice?
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we are watching a crash on 95 southbound, getting where the two vehicles are involved in this. The right traffic lane and the shoulder are closed here right now. If you're heading that way, just give yourself some extra time.
And now taking you live to the Bay Bridge as the countdown to the holiday weekend continues. Starting tomorrow, that bridge is expected to be packed as people head to the Eastern Shore for Memorial Day. AAA and state officials are urging drivers to use more caution around construction crews.
Well, according to AAA, more than 850,000 Marylanders will travel 50 miles or more from home this Memorial Day weekend, and that's an increase of about 6% compared to last year, but still less than pre-pandemic levels. If you are traveling to Ocean City or anywhere else this weekend, experts recommend leaving early. The worst times to be on the road is tomorrow, Friday, between 3 and 6 p.m.
Scan the QR code on your screen to share your Memorial Day celebrations, whether it's a day at the beach, a cookout, or maybe you're just enjoying a long weekend at home. We'd like to see your pictures and videos. You can submit them on our website as well, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
And May is Pacific Island Heritage Month. We'll get into the food and tell you about a production that's coming up that you want to check out. Delicious.
Baltimore City leaders are meeting today to discuss their 2024 budget. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the highlights of the budget. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It's So Baltimore. Learn more about Pacific Islander heritage all month long in Harford County.
You can immerse yourself in traditional music and dance, authentic meals. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live with more. And Mark, we've heard rumor you're going to dance.
Yes, I'm dancing later on.
Okay.
But first, the food. Of course, we're with our old friend Matt. Of course, visit Hartford, the mayor, I call him. So, you know, we got a lot going on here. You got the delicious food for us, man. Tell us about what's happening.
Yeah, so May is Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month, so why not come up? You don't need to go to Hawaii. You don't need to travel this weekend.
Why?
Come to Harford County, right? We have Little Maui's Adventures right here in the Havre de Grace Arts Collective. Friday night, Saturday matinee, Saturday night. Come see a show, and then go eat at Uncle's for a true, authentic Hawaiian meal. So
and this is authentic.
Authentic.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a little bit of poke right there.
This
so
is
what more
poke?
can you want?
Poke?
Poke.
Okay, I don't know how it works, but okay.
You grab one of the chips, you just scoop it up, scoop it up in there, and get a little bit of that. Yeah, the little wontons.
Okay, and this is okay.
So that's at Uncle's. Yeah, come for that meal. Come to Havre de Grace Arts Collective. Tickets are on sale now. Get your tickets now. And you know, Havre de Grace Arts Collective is such a great place to see a show. So you know, this weekend's Little Maui's. You have Jim Nemeth the weekend after. Then a murder mystery the weekend after. So they put it on well here at Havre de Grace Arts Collective.
You always give us something amazing.
That's what I do.
And look at this beautiful set. And these beautiful people.
Set, beautiful people behind me. Little Maui.
You may know these people. I don't know.
Little Maui, right? Do our Hawaiian dance.
That was delicious. That's the first time I ever had that. That's delicious.
Very good.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Go to visithartford.com for tickets or have hdgartscollective.org.
Just like that, guys.
Just
Thanks.
like that. The food looks good. The kid stole the show because he feels like we feel. Like, we're here again this early.
Mahalo. There we go.
All right. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, today, will we see the sun and warmer temperatures?
Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson is letting us know if we will, and then how we'll hold up for the Memorial Day weekend.
I feel like Cal at the plate out here at Yellow Bolt Sports, but Ethan Grace, he's the man. He's trying to hit a maybe 70-mile-an-hour fastball straight up from the Towson Tigers. Oh, he popped it up. It's all good. Well, I hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. You got to stay tuned to find out.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Thursday, May 25th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Amy Aronson looking at the forecast as we are heading into Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, busy weekend on the roads for things happening, and the weather will cooperate for a lot of it, but we do have a rain chance, unfortunately. So not totally smooth sailing through the entire weekend. We're off to a good start, mid and upper 50s right now. So on this Friday Eve, it feels fantastic. We technically had a cold front scoot its way through the region overnight. That's kicking up our winds just a little bit. Wind speeds currently anywhere from calm up to 15 miles an hour, actually close to 18 in Annapolis. So a little bit of a breeze out there, making for a comfortable morning. No weather issues for the remainder of your morning drive. Actually heading into lunchtime, just a mix of clouds and sun, and we should make our way into the mid-60s at that point. Temperatures will be running 10 degrees cooler than yesterday, so it's going to feel much different. Heading into the weekend, I am tracking a little mini warm-up, but increasing rain chances. I've got an updated look at exactly what that means for your weekend plans in 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network. And we do have some issues, mainly south of the city. You see a couple different markers here. Accident 95 southbound, 2 vehicles involved. Right traffic lane is closed. And that is, let's find out exactly where that is. That's northbound, there's one at 295 Washington Boulevard. There's 2 vehicles involved. Southbound, we were talking about that one. And that is 895 south, right near the expressway entrance there, too. So there's 2 there. Then we also have another one right at the curve. 95 south at Eastern Avenue is where those 2 vehicles are involved. So you can see the map here. So there's 3 different indications here, 895 and 2 on 95.
May soon learn more about student test results that were heavily redacted after Fox 45 News began reporting on low scores.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps is joining us live this morning to explain what went down with the state superintendent and his first kind of, I don't know if I'd call it an interview really with Project Baltimore, Chris. It seems like there was somebody else that seemed to be answering for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we're getting to this point with a lot of the public officials in Maryland. These are public officials that are spending billions and billions of tax dollars, and they don't want to make themselves available to the media to answer questions about how they're spending those billions and billions of tax dollars. So, at 7:30, we ran a story about we finally got an interview, if you want to call it, Tom, an interview, more of an exchange with Superintendent of Schools, Mohammed Chaudhry, about why his department changed the way that it reports state test scores to the public. And we know this all happened after Project Baltimore reported that there were 23 schools in Baltimore City that had 0 students who took the test that scored proficient in math. Last month, you remember, we went to the state school board meeting and we tried to speak with the state superintendent, and he locked himself behind a door. So we went back on Tuesday, which was their May meeting, and we tried to speak with him again. He did agree to speak with us, but then the state president of the school board, who we didn't ask for an interview, by the way, came over and did most of the talking for the state superintendent. It was very bizarre. Again, we didn't ask the president, Crawford, Clarence Crawford, for an interview. He just interjected himself into it and then did most of the talking. And the only new thing that we learned was that in June, it'll be on the agenda for the State Board of Education to talk about the MCAP scores, the changing of them, and low-performing schools. So we're looking forward to that.
I think the question, why? Why would he have come and answered the questions for him? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't have any idea. Again, we did not talk to the president. We did not ask him for an interview. We didn't go up to him. We didn't email him. We wanted to speak with the state superintendent because if you remember last month, we spoke with President Crawford, and he had no idea what we were talking about. He didn't know the test scores were changed. He didn't know what was going on. And when we interviewed him last month, that was clear. And he even said it, that he didn't know what was going on. The state superintendent apparently never told him. So when we went back this time, he did know what was going on because I guess he and the state superintendent had a meeting since we first spoke with the president. And for some reason, he wanted to get in on this. And if you guys watched the interview, and we posted the entire 4-minute clip, unedited, on YouTube. You can go to Fox Baltimore and you can see it. So if you want to watch exactly what happened in the unedited version, you can go there and you can see it all. They gave us 4 minutes. 4 minutes. We've been trying for nearly 2 months to speak with the superintendent. They gave us 4 minutes, and we weren't trying to make it combative, but there's a lot of talking over each other. The superintendent and the president were talking over each other. At one point, you guys saw the president put his hand up and stop the superintendent from talking. It was a very bizarre situation. So I encourage anyone to watch it. It's worth your 4 minutes.
Chris, a lot of follow-up questions that you have there, too, when you were asking them could versus why, suppression rules that were in there and federal mandates. So great questions there. Hopefully we'll get a real interview next time. They'll at least allow that to happen, and maybe they'll have some officers there guiding you then as well. So thank you very much for that type of reporting that you're doing and being persistent with it. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Happening today, city leaders coming together to try and tackle the massive amount of money needed for the state-mandated Blueprint for Maryland's Future, or the Kerwin. Well, today we can see an approved budget.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live now here in studio with a closer look at the concerns about how the city will pay for this. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, the meeting is happening at 2 this afternoon, and a big part of the meeting will focus on approving the budget estimated to be needed for Baltimore City schools. Likely a big discussion when it comes to the school budget will be the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, also known as Kerwin, which is a 10-year spending plan designed to pour billions of dollars into classrooms around the state. Baltimore City is on the hook for $79 million in state-mandated additional spending. The city found out earlier this year after it was only planning to spend $12 million. Mayor Scott says the news was a gut punch, but they are planning to pull the money from the city's surplus last year.
We are going to meet this requirement because it's the right thing to do, and the only way that we're going to grow into being the best Baltimore, and that's investing in our school system.
Now, Mayor Scott has said tapping into the city's reserves isn't sustainable long term. Of course, we will be monitoring today's meeting to see if any other concerns or possible solutions are brought up. Megan, back to you.
Well, Olivia, did they say how much of the city's budget will now be going toward education with these new funding requirements?
Yeah, so Mayor Scott announced the city's budget for fiscal year 2024 is $3.47 billion. And of that, the city will be spending over $400 million on schools. But with a track record of low-performing schools, some are worried that more funding won't improve the schools. It's likely that only time will tell. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, here we are, Yellow Bolt Sports. I'm trying to hit, what do you got, 45 mile an hour? It's going to get up to 100 miles an hour. Here comes a 45 mile an hour here. Let's see if I can hit this real quick. Hang on, hang with me. Here we go. Oh, not very good.
May have run it out the first. He may have been able to beat out those 90 feet, right? We're sunny and cool for the next couple days.
Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson taking a swing at our next weather maker. It's 8:37 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. So wing, batter, batter, batter. Trending now, it's baseball season, and our team is stepping up to the plate.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers takes us to the virtual ballpark with a look at a pitching machine that's whipping them both from overhand and also softball underhand.
Yeah, that is exactly right, guys. We started with the softball with me. It was a little easier to hit what I was just doing in that tease right there. I think it was about 45 miles an hour coming out, but it's pretty cool because you have this new technology that really is only available right here in Hunt Valley. This is at Yellow Bolt Sports. We're here with Alex Zappardino. And Alex, talk about how these kids, and they can come in here, train. It's really a cool environment for them, right?
Yeah, so it's really the only pitching machine that shows a live pitcher throwing the ball. So rather than picking it up from a machine, from a live pitcher.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of, there's some batting cages here and there, but a batting cage, you know what to expect, but here you can change it up, and you guys can put different, scenery. Obviously, Camden Yards we want for the background, but you can hit in any stadium, right?
Any stadium. There's Little League, college stadiums, things like that. Williamsport's on there as well. So.
Oh, okay, very good. So we have our friends from the Towson rec team, the Towson Tigers, by the way. They're taking a break. They're taking a breather so I can get in here. But you say even major leaguers are using this technology?
Yeah, major league teams, college baseball teams. It just gets as many reps as possible in a time-efficient manner.
And earlier today, I just want to let you guys know, we were hanging out, and he's like, "You're hitting a 100-mile-an-hour fastball." And I was like, okay, they're going to dial it up. So you're going to dial it up right now?
Oh, we're dialing it up. 70 right now.
70 right now?
70
okay,
right
you're
now.
going to have to hold the microphone. You're going to have to step back. 70-mile-an-hour fastball. So don't get hit, Graham, and I'm going to try not to get hit either because I don't want to get tough enough like Captain Gilmore did. He's like, I got to get ready for hockey season. Okay, here comes the 70-mile-an-hour. Oh, that was really low. It's got to be right here, man. It's coming low. Okay, one more time.
That might have been a ball if he didn't swing.
Yeah, that was a little low. Looked a little low.
Come on, Justin. Eye on the ball. Eye on the ball. Eye on the ball. Oh, that is fast. That's all right. That's all right. Get back in there, man. You got this.
Yeah, come on, shake it off.
You
Shake
got
it off.
this,
Let's
Justin.
go.
Come on.
100 miles? Are we going 100 or are we still working 70s?
Oh, he just missed that.
Maybe we should try bunting first. Maybe bunt.
Maybe he's so advanced. I think the 100-mile-an-hour might be better for him. He's just a little quicker than most. That's it.
I think that's what we want to go for. So we'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. 100-mile-an-hour fastball. I'm going to try to hit it out of Camden Yards over to Utah Street.
Awesome.
Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. This is fun. Well, the next 2 years of the NFL draft have found their home. After the break, how the 2025 host is already starting to prep.
CDC newly reporting that 1 in 36 8-year-olds are diagnosed with autism. Coming up after the break, the mission from the Autism Society of America to empower the autism community. Time now, 8:43, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Yeah, just recently, the Centers for Disease Control, CDC, announcing 1 in 36 8-year-olds are diagnosed with autism. That number from the 2021 report. It's also reported that children living with disabilities may experience bedwetting, which is a lesser-known condition of autism. Autism Society of America is on a mission to empower the autism community with resources needed to live fully. President and CEO Chris Banks is joining us now to share more. Interesting information that's coming out. We're learning more and more. We keep talking about these statistics, but you're saying, well, wait a minute, let's back up and look at these statistics.
Right. In order to understand any data, you have to understand its history, right? And for many years, the CDC, which does the testing, had limited its testing to fourth grade boys. That got expanded. And now, most recent data, 1 in 36 individuals diagnosed with autism, is a prevalency rate that occurs because we're doing more testing and we're being more aware. So the work of the Autism Society is to make sure we have this awareness and acceptance of it. And as a result, we start to see more data that, like our BIPOC and Black community, being more diagnosed with autism than the white population at this point. Now, that doesn't mean they're more prevalent. It just means we're testing more for it and trying to provide more resources for them. Again,
so the latest information that's coming out, really, you cannot compare that with the original data that was started.
Well, it gets skewed a little, but you always compare it to see where are we growing, right? Unfortunately, the prevalency rate indicates that more and more individuals are diagnosed with autism.
And so a lot of people are saying, I mean, this has been 10, 15 years now. It's been a big topic. Kids are getting more, they're being more autistic. Are they, or are they just being diagnosed?
I think we're more aware of autism, and we have much more acceptance of autism, and that allows us to make sure more supports and services are available for individuals and their families.
What about the spectrum? We hear about, oh, well, they're on the spectrum. I mean, that's such a wide umbrella, term for it. So are we seeing more who are diagnosed the same similarity on that spectrum, or are they more severe, less severe?
Right. Well, great question, because the prevalency rate doesn't tell us the impact of autism. It just tells us whether they have autism in their diagnosis, right? And you reference the spectrum, and it's not linear. People think of it linear.
That's exactly what I would think.
It's really a wheel, right? And think about it this way. You may know of a neighbor or somebody whose child may have autism. What are his or her support needs? And in different situations, the supports change. So, for example, what we're doing now with Good Nights is recognizing the support needs of individuals who bedwet, right? And that's a stigma that people don't want to talk about. But with the help of Good Night, a survey was done to determine the impact that has on the autistic individual and their families. The anxiety, the reduction in socialization and happiness, all of those things that create more challenges for the autistic individual and their families. Good Nights, with collaboration with the Autism Society, is trying to provide resources to individuals so that they can live more fully.
Yeah, just incredible. Just that one little step right there, helping people understand a little bit more, not only what the autistic person is dealing with, but their entire support group and their family. Where can we go to find out more information? Because you're a wealth of knowledge here.
Well, the Autism Society of America has 70 affiliates across the country. We have one here right in Baltimore at the Autism Society of Baltimore and Chesapeake. Come to autism-society.org, autism-society.org, or goodnights.com, where you can learn more about the great work Good Nights is doing to provide families with the resources they need for this bedwetting stigma, with bed underwear that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
It makes sense, and you're going, oh my goodness, and just helping somebody be able to sleep through the night. Just that family being able to sleep through the night.
Wow, yes.
Chris Banks, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Always great to have you in here and learning more.
Happy to do it anytime.
Thank you. Amy? Now we're talking about a weekend, and we're talking about an extended weekend for Memorial Day.
Yeah, exactly. Unofficially kicking off summer. Dry start both today and tomorrow if you're getting a jump start on your holiday travels. If you're holding off until Saturday, mostly cloudy but mostly dry still at that point. Now, Sunday into Monday, I'm tracking a few showers. Nothing heavy, nothing severe, but enough to push us to the yellow light if you're going to be traveling home after the holiday then. Upper 50s to start this morning with that north-northeasterly wind blowing at 15 miles an hour. Looks pretty calm down at the Inner Harbor right now with plenty of sunshine and blue skies overhead. A pretty start to the day with high pressure in control. High pressure remains in control not only today, but tomorrow too. We're in good shape. You can see the start of our next weather maker at the bottom of the map. See the clouds there? That's the start of an area of low pressure that's going to start to push northward. And that's what's going to send us our next rain chance over the weekend. But we're dry for the short term. Next 24 to 48 hours completely dry. But then you see showers approaching from the south. We stay dry Saturday. We just increase our cloud cover. And then some showers will gradually trickle in. So a few showers expected as we get into your Sunday. Not a washout, but we are tracking some on and off showers throughout the day Sunday and again for Memorial Day. Leading up to that, temperatures will be warming nicely today. Low 70s is where we stop, though, so much cooler than it was yesterday by about 10 degrees. Tomorrow, few degrees milder. We're back in the low to mid 70s, and that's going to take us into some warmer days for the weekend. So mid 70s on Saturday under mostly cloudy skies. Sunday, we're tracking a few spotty showers, low 70s, so a little cooler than originally anticipated. For Memorial Day, we're back up. We're back in the upper 70s, but we are going to continue with that spotty shower chance. Plus, we're still looking at more clouds than sunshine. A look ahead at your full 7-day forecast shows beyond that weekend chance for showers into Tuesday. We're going to dry out and start to warm back up. So after the holiday weekend, it's suddenly going to start to feel like summer, with high temperatures shooting right back into the low 80s as early as Tuesday and Wednesday. And it looks like these ducks are already enjoying summer. That pool already opened for the season, and they are enjoying an early morning swim. I want to thank Dave for this very fun picture. And we want to see your pictures from the holiday weekend, so head over and the view through your window. So just go over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or scan that QR code you see right there on your screen to send us your pictures, and we'll share them here on Fox 45.
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. An accident 95 southbound right here. 2 vehicles involved, and they are southbound. Let's find out exactly the cross section where they're at. It looks like they are right at the intersection right near Moravia Boulevard. It looks like that's been cleaned up a little bit, 895's Express Expressway, but the one that is the issue is at Eastern Avenue, Maryland 150. That's where there's a little bit of a slowdown still southbound right there, as you see 895 and 150. Disney welcoming a new Ariel to its family. A Little Mermaid remake is stirring up some controversy, and how some in Baltimore are taking advantage of it.
But first, it's Friday Eve, and I think we need some caffeine to get to the holiday weekend.
Yes, get us to it and through it. Time for a coffee break. Topping your morning business report, the Consumer Federation of America has put out a new report detailing what consumers complained about the most in 2022. New and used car sales, as well as auto repairs, top the list, with consumers fuming over add-ons, bait and switch pricing, and mechanical issues. Home repairs and renovations were number 2, while consumer debt and credit cards came in third. Well, BWI is one of the angriest airports in the country. This is all according to a new study from Forbes Advisor. But wait, because Forbes analyzed thousands of just tweets across 60 airports to see which ones have the angriest travelers. Everyone on Twitter appears to be angry anyway. So BWI ranking 17th with the most common complaints, including luggage and baggage delay, lost luggage and baggage delays, and then also delays at the airport on the flights. Coming in top spot, John Wayne Airport, Orange County, followed by Jacksonville International, Eppley Airfield, and then Tampa International, and then at the end, San Antonio International. Federal prosecutors have charged the owner of the Harriman House in Reisterstown for failing to pay more than $1 million in taxes and diverting business funds for his personal use. This is according to the Baltimore Banner. John Worthington faces 2 counts of tax-related charges after he, quote, knowingly engaged in a scheme to fraudulently underreport wages for the restaurant's employees. This is according to the charging documents that were filed earlier this week. Taking a live look now over Baltimore here and the peninsula, where they will host the Pride of Baltimore 2 throughout Memorial Day weekend. The event will start Friday, that's tomorrow, May 26th, to kick off the sailing season. And it will be from 5 to 8 Friday. You can enjoy free deck tours, happy hour, food trucks, live music, and some games. There will also be ticketed sunset sales available Saturday and Sunday. Now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
I found this neat little dry pack that I think you're really gonna like. This is Yugo Wear. There's so many uses. You could take this if you're going to the beach, if you're going to the pool, if you're going to a splash pad with the kids. I'm gonna show you how this works. It's waterproof, so you unzip it, and I'm gonna add my phone. It's got all my pictures, pretty much my life. You can also add a wallet, and then I'm gonna add my keys, okay? You zip it, and when you zip it, you know, it's securely into place. Nothing is coming in and out. All right, this is my phone. It's got my life on it. So here you go. It's in the water. We're going to splash it. I'm holding it down, but if I let it go, it floats. So you could take it into the water. It's not going to sink. It's going to float. All right, I want to show you this too. Look right there. You can still use the camera in this mode. And there you go. You can take pictures under the water, in the water. Your phone is safe. All right, so let's unzip it. You got to put some muscle into unzipping it because it fastens securely into place. And everything is safe in here. The other thing I like about this, you could even take this to games because it's the appropriate size for the stadium. You could use this if you're biking. We're offering right now 30% off Yugo Wear. There's so much you can do with this, not just the water if you're a commuter. So take advantage of the 30% off Yugo Wear. Head to asadeals.com for the exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, May 25th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Joining us right now, meteorologist Amy Aronson, and it's really all about the weather for any of the celebrations or the memorials you may be experiencing this weekend.
Exactly, and it's looking more and more likely that the rain will hold off mostly until Monday, so that's good news.
Good.
Yeah, a stray shower potentially on Sunday, but it's just looking cloudy and maybe a little cooler this weekend too. Right now we're off to a comfortable start, mid and upper 50s to begin. Not bad for a Thursday morning. We do have the sunshine out there today at least, so enjoy it while it lasts. Maybe you're taking a walk, a run, a jog. Temperature-wise, we're in good shape for the rest of the morning. We'll end up in the low 60s by the end of it. Temperatures will be cooler today. We are back in the low 70s, and we'll stay cool through the rest of the week. But heading into the weekend, I am tracking a little mini warm-up, but also a few rain chances. I've got an updated look at exactly what that means for your holiday weekend plans in 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. We have some breaking news coming in overnight. Baltimore police investigating a shooting that happened in downtown Baltimore. Officers saying they heard gunfire at around 1:30 this morning on Holiday Street. A 30 and 37-year-old checked themselves into a hospital with non-life-threatening gunshot wounds at different times. If you know anything about this shooting, you're asked to contact police. Detectives are also asking anyone with information to contact Metro Crime Stoppers. That number is 866-7-LOCK-UP.
Now, those shootings come hours after a 17-year-old was shot along Elmore Avenue. That happened last night around 6:30.
Then a few hours later, just after 9, police found a man along North Packer Street in Bromo Arts District suffering from gunshot wounds to his back, his chest, and face. He later died at the hospital.
The penalties, the criminal penalties for curfew in the old law were always on the parents. And how idiotic of it was it of us to back then potentially see a 7-year-old out on the street on a Thursday or Friday night, arrest a parent, and not expect a 7-year-old to be out on the street the next night when their parent's in jail. This is about doing this approach the right way.
Well, the violence comes just hours after Mayor Brandon Scott announcing his new summer youth engagement plan, which he calls Be More this summer. The plan includes the enforcement of city's curfew, which he hopes will reduce juvenile crime.
Now, here are some of the key points of the plan. The curfew starts tomorrow night and applies to anyone under 17 years old. For 15 and 16-year-olds, the curfew starts at 11. For children younger than 14, the curfew is 9 p.m. until 6 a.m.
Social workers will lead the enforcement, offering to bring young people out after curfew to outreach centers until the parents can pick them up. You need to sign up for that. Children will not be forced to go to those centers. There will be 3 static locations staffed throughout the curfew, and they're in Fells Point, Federal Hill, and the Inner Harbor. And parents can face a fine of up to $500 if their children repeatedly break curfew.
In just a few minutes, we have Shannon Lilly joining us as Fox 45 presses the new Department of Juvenile Services Secretary about his priorities for crime.
But first, we want to start with Olivia Dan. She's here in studio. The city's curfew enforcement plan now under fire. Olivia, what can you tell us about the details of the plan and the concerns people have?
Well, Tom, Patrice, during a council meeting yesterday, city leaders admitted that there's little they can do to ensure youth follow the city's curfew. So enforcement actually relies on the consent of those who violate the curfew. The enforcement plan impacts groups of 10 or more teens who are gathered in public places beyond curfew hours. But the plan does not allow officers to arrest teen violators. Instead, officers either ask the teens to leave or the teens can agree to be transported to a youth connection center where the city will supply food and games in attempt to find their parents. But again, it all hinges on the consent of those who violate the curfew.
At the end of the day, though, if a young person decides that they are not going to go, I want to remind members of the public and members of this committee that the curfew ordinance does not, young people are not violating criminal code, and so we are not forcing them to go anywhere.
The plan increases the demand on police officers who are already understaffed. The curfew plan is drawing strong words from the police union, and in a statement, the president of the union wrote, quote, "Since there is no enforcement component, these situations with juveniles will just turn into standoffs. This is a classic no-win situation for our BPD officers and the result of hands-off policing and a failing consent decree." Some city council members and union leaders tell us the Baltimore Police Department is already stretched thin, and they worry this curfew enforcement plan could be the breaking point. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance.
In our 7 o'clock hour, we spoke with Eurypsy Morgan, spokesperson for the community group Peace, and she believes community groups could help to enforce the curfew, but there just hasn't been much discussion surrounding that possibility.
It's interesting that the mayor is relying so heavily on outside groups aside from the police. And I agree that police should not be the first interaction that these young people encounter. However, this might be a good place for an organization like perhaps Safe Streets that has received millions of dollars in funding, particularly from this mayor, to step in and do this type of enforcement. But unfortunately, there hasn't seemed to be very much talk about Safe Streets and what role they might play in a strategy like this.
We want to hear from you. Do you think the mayor's summer youth engagement plan will work to reduce juvenile crime? So far, 92% of the voters who have voted say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
9:05, and we're also seeing a rise in juvenile crime all across the state. As the state is grappling with these issues, Fox 45 News sitting down with Vincent Schiraldi. He's the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services. Shannon Lilly is joining us with what Schiraldi is saying about the youth violence and accountability. Shannon?
Yes, Secretary Schiraldi admits that there are a lot of things that could be better with DJS. And he says a lot of it comes down to some of their lackluster programming, and that's something they are working to improve. But we asked him about this surging juvenile crime that we're seeing and if he thinks that's a DJS problem. Listen to his response.
It's all of the above. DJS needs to pay attention to this. And what we're doing right now is we're talking to prosecutors and talking to police about who are the kids on our caseload that are most likely to either shoot somebody or be shot. And then we are going to work with law enforcement and communities and our staff to wrap services around those young people and also pay close attention to them. Because we have a solution for 95% of the kids. But this 5% that's been really problematic lately and where we have seen an uptick in some categories of violent crime, we don't really have a good solution to that. Law enforcement and some of these violence interruption approaches have done much better.
Well, that 5% of problematic kids appears to be what's driving most of the concern now. Schiraldi says he hopes to see results relatively soon, but also points out the DJS is not the only problem, as we live in a society that is just full of guns. Now, in the meantime, we know that Governor Moore has ordered a top-to-bottom review of DJS. What will come of that is still to be seen. But if there is any change, it seems like it will be slow-moving. Reporting in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Happening today, Baltimore City Public Schools will host their annual Peace and Remembrance Day in honor of students who lost their lives to violence over the past year. This year's event will take place in person outside of the district office building starting at 9:30. All are welcome to attend.
9:07 on this Thursday, dusting off our pool forecast. If you plan on opening your pool or heading to the pool this weekend, looks sunny to start tomorrow with highs in the low 70s, so a little chilly for swimming still. Mid 70s will follow on Saturday with more clouds than sun, and then we throw in that chance for some stray showers on Sunday. And a little cooler now with the clouds dominating, temperatures only in the low 70s. We'll take a look at what to expect for Memorial Day 2 in just about 10 minutes. Back to you.
Thank you, Amy. Coming up on 9:08 and the kickoff to Ron DeSantis' campaign, a little rocky, but coming out strong financially. His press secretary tweeting DeSantis raised $1 million online in the first hour, saying he was so popular he busted the internet. Kind of. There were some tech glitches with Twitter Spaces, so you see the spin with politicians. Last night, and they led up to a roughly 30-minute delay, also heightening the issues within Twitter. Some are arguing since Elon Musk took over and laid off roughly 80% of the company, he said was just fluff.
So they just keep crashing, huh? Yeah, I think we've got just a massive number of people online, so it's servers are straining somewhat.
Yeah, as of this morning, more than 2.5 million people have listened to the DeSantis interview. Another 13 million have watched his campaign launch video on Twitter. Now, DeSantis will have an uphill battle. New polls from both Fox News and CNN showing the former President Trump continuing to lead DeSantis by a wide margin. However, a new survey by Quinnipiac suggests that DeSantis may have better chance of defeating President Biden. In a hypothetical matchup between Trump and Biden, Quinnipiac poll shows that Biden wins by 2 points. Now, if between DeSantis and Biden, if that was launched, DeSantis could win by 1 point. Obviously, we have a long way to go, and voter opinions can change, something the DeSantis campaign is banking on. That's the latest from our live center. Now to the latest on the debt ceiling negotiations as the June 1st deadline fast approaches. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is warning both sides need more time to reach a budget deal.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill with more. And Kayla, they're running out of time.
Yes, they are. Not a lot of time left before that June 1st deadline. And yesterday, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy telling reporters the current standoff is, quote, not my fault. McCarthy sending GOP negotiators back to the White House to continue hammering out a deal. The White House is blaming Republicans for placing the country at a high risk of default. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre calling it a manufactured crisis Republicans created by pushing for extreme proposals. Republicans are still fighting for spending cuts in return for an agreement to raise the debt ceiling. Financial markets are also keeping a close eye on the back and forth in Washington. Late yesterday evening, Fitch Ratings Agency placed the U.S.'s AAA credit ratings on a ratings watch negative. That's a warning of a possible downgrade over the stalemate. McCarthy maintaining they want to work as hard as they can and not stop until a deal is reached.
All right, Kayla Gaskins, we'll see what happens. Continuing to follow it. Thank you.
Future for Baltimore City Public Schools depends on the outcome of an important budget hearing happening today. How much more money the city will have to give to the Kerwin plan whether or not it can cover the cost.
And live at Yellow Bolt Sports, where I'm going to try to hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball in the batting cage, but I'm a lot more comfortable on the driving range. So we'll see how this shapes up, and we are live on Good Day Baltimore. Get up!
(9:13) trending now. Disney's new live-action movie, The Little Mermaid, comes out tomorrow, and it's a remake of the original, but this time the mermaid named Ariel is African-American.
Now, that casting choice was met with some controversy when the trailer was released, but where some people saw problems, little girls across the country and right here in our area saw possibilities. At the Maryland Academy of Dance in Owings Mills, it's a busy time as they prepare for their recital next month. But for founding director Darby Pack, it's not too busy to plan a group outing for the dancers to the new Little Mermaid movie.
It's a black princess. You cannot miss the opportunity.
And her dancers are just as excited.
I want to see Black Girl Magic.
When the trailer for the movie was released, many young girls got to see something they don't see often, a Disney princess that looks like them.
I was screaming because she was black like me.
And just like for the mermaid in the movie, for them, it means a world of possibility.
I feel powerful because most Disney characters aren't black, because I'm black and I see myself in her.
I'm also really excited because she's brown skinned, so that's really exciting. That is so inspiring for any girl of color to be able to look at the TV and see someone that reflects who they are. It makes anything possible, and representation always matters.
Across town at Furley Elementary School in Baltimore, the excitement is the same.
I like how she looks like me. It's cool because she's a second black princess.
Even as students there lose themselves in books,
It's this movie that has their imagination.
Seeing a person who looks just like me being a mermaid, it's actually pretty exciting.
And to see the magic the movie has stirred in her students is all their principal could ask for.
She looks just like you do, beautiful, big smiles, and all the joy that's in her eyes to do new adventures and to have a good time just living life. And that's all I can ask in life for them, that they would have that type of adventure, they would have that type of joy and all those great experiences.
It's going to be a good movie. All right, it's time to get to our forecast because part of the weekend you might want to be inside for a movie.
Yeah, and we have meteorologist Amy Aronson here in studio because your team member is out trying to hit a baseball.
Yeah, he's really working hard this morning. We are tracking a quiet start to the holiday weekend at least. Maybe if you're headed out to play some sports like Justin later today, you're in good shape. Today, tomorrow, awesome. As we get into the weekend, not so nice, but still mild and dry to begin on Saturday with more clouds than sun. I am tracking that shower chance by Sunday. Not a washout, but there is a chance for some spotty showers, and temperatures will be in the cooler low 70s at that point. If you're headed to the beach this weekend, it doesn't look perfect. Low 60s both Saturday and Sunday, upper 60s by Monday. And yeah, we are tracking some scattered showers there. I think a higher chance for rain as you head to the shore this weekend, and that's because the system's going to be brushing along the East Coast. If you plan to spend this weekend on the water, Saturday looks like your best day out of the three. That's because it's going to be mostly cloudy and dry with highs near 70. You'll just need some layers. As we get into Sunday, it's going to be cool still, but we are throwing in that risk for some showers. Plus, it's going to be a little breezy, and waves will increase just a little bit. And same for the holiday on Monday, with highs in the mid-70s at that point. Nothing but sunshine right now. Blue skies and sunshine to start off your Thursday. So heading into the weekend, looking and feeling fantastic. Mid and upper 50s right now in all spots. So nice and refreshing to get things started. And that's that cooler air coming in behind a cold front that already moved through. You're not going to notice it. No rain with that front. We are just tracking dry conditions. That's actually going to take us through the end of the week at least. And Future Scan shows that. Not a lot to track here over the next 2 days. Things look really, really quiet, at least in the skies. Even Saturday starts off on a quiet and a dry note, increasing clouds throughout the day. That leads us into Sunday. Overcast at that point, along with some spotty showers. They will be really spotty. For example, at 12 o'clock, we're still not really tracking rain. So I think you'll be able to squeeze in outdoor cookouts or barbecues, or even some time at the pool if you want to do that. If you are spending time outside this weekend, we want to see what you're doing. We are looking at sunshine today, so today would be a nice day to soak up some sun, get some vitamin D. Low 70s this afternoon. This pup is doing just that, enjoying the sunshine with the pool that's already open for the season. Thanks, Jordan, for this really fun pick. As we look ahead at what to expect for the holiday weekend, more clouds and sunshine both weekend days with temperatures in the mid and low 70s. I did throw in that chance for some stray showers Sunday into Memorial Day. It is warmer early next week as we wrap up the unofficial start to summer this weekend. It's going to feel like it. Summery Tuesday and Wednesday with highs in the low 80s at that point, and it looks like we are drier again by next week, midweek. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Good news continues here. As you see, all the incidents around the Baltimore region are opening up. The only delays that you're going to experience is 70 eastbound. If you're getting up to 40 right there at Baltimore National Pike, there's some slowdowns. Doesn't look like there's any accidents. The cameras are showing real slow traffic eastbound. Everybody else moving along just fine.
Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars is an instant hit. You can watch it Wednesdays at 9 here on Fox 45. And we're giving one lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dream. Starting Monday, log on to foxbaltimore.com/contest and tell us about your dream to open a new food service business or maybe fund a current one. It could be a restaurant, a food truck, any other food service that would make Gordon Ramsay proud.
Now, the winner will have the opportunity to appear right here on Fox 45 Morning News with us to promote your business. Get your business plan together and watch Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars Wednesdays right at 9 o'clock here on Fox 45. Sipping, swirling, smelling, the national celebration happening today to honor one of your favorite fermented beverages.
And there is more to Memorial Day besides the barbecues, the pool parties. Up next, we're going to talk about the true meaning of the holiday and how you can honor those who put their lives on the line for our country.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
9/22 this weekend, many families will come together enjoying backyard barbecues, pool parties, and long weekend road trips to celebrate Memorial Day. But the real meaning of Memorial Day is to remember and honor the men and women of the armed forces. Joining us this morning to share how we can observe Memorial Day, former U.S. Marine Eric Rittmeyer. Good morning.
Patrice, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me back.
Always good to have you here. All right, so talk about what Memorial Day means for you, how you celebrate.
It's all about remembering, right? I think one of the biggest misconceptions is a lot of people feel like, it's Memorial Day, this can't be a happy thing. We should be sad for the people who lost their lives defending this country. And we most certainly should recognize them, and it's something that we can never, ever forget. But it's okay to celebrate. It's okay to spend time with family. I think the most critical component is just making certain that we understand what it's all about.
And how do, people say Happy Memorial Day? That seems like the wrong phrasing.
I don't know if there's any right or wrong. I would agree with that. I don't think there's any right or wrong way you're acknowledging it. I think, again, what's most important is just understanding what it's all about. As parents, I think we have to really relay this to our children. There's an amazing, amazing movie called Taking Chances with Kevin Bacon.
Okay.
I would recommend everybody watch that. And one of the lines in there says, "Without a witness, they just disappear." And I think what's most important is to never allow anyone to just disappear. Remember, respect, and honor.
That is very powerful. All right, so how do you do that this weekend? I mean, you can have the conversations with family. Are there things you can do, places to go? What would you recommend?
I think there's all the, the stuff that would be very obvious to people, like going and going to a cemetery, let's say, and putting flags, reaching out to someone who's lost a loved one, but also recognizing the people who currently have family members that are in harm's way. For a lot of people, we don't really think a whole lot about it. I refer to a lot of these wars as friends and family wars, meaning that if you have a friend or family member, you know what's going on. But for the people who have someone who's actively serving, every day is very, very worrisome for them. Reach out to them.
And when you see veterans, I mean, they gave their time, their service, fortunately still here with us so that we can honor them. Do you stop them? Do you say, hey, thank you? You make sure you recognize them on this day?
100%. We all bleed green, right? Anyone who served, anyone who raised that right hand, we all have the same logo on the front of our uniform. It's the American flag, regardless of what branch it was.
Sure.
We all bleed green. Recognize them, appreciate them, but again, never ever forget why we have and what we have.
And you mentioned the families of those who lost family members in service. What do you do for them on this day? I mean, do you make a point to reach out to them, or is this the kind of, and maybe it's individualized, but is this the kind of day they just want to go quietly by and have this time for themselves? Or how do you just show those folks, I know what your family member gave, I know what that meant for you and what you gave, and I thank you.
Yeah, my thought is to reach out to them, to extend that. Again, I think what anyone would want is just feeling like they were never forgotten. That's what's so critically important, what they did. You're talking about a generation that falsified their age to say they were older so they could go serve in a war that they knew they probably weren't coming home from. It was a totally different generation. The sacrifices they made, their families made, recognize them, let them know, hey, you are not forgotten. What your family member did, you are not forgotten.
All right, well, Eric, thank you. Appreciate what you do and what you've done. And I know this is a busy weekend for you because you go around spreading this kind of message and making sure that we don't forget.
Spreading the love, Patrice. I appreciate you having me.
So we thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
All right, well, we can expect some sunshine for the next few days, but there's going to be some scattered showers on Sunday. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking the potential for rain. That's all coming up in her full Weather Authority forecast. 9:20.
And we are live at Yellow Bolt Sports to see if I can hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Let's see what we got there. Come on, bring in Aroldis Chapman. Let's go. Let's go. Nope. What are you doing? Come on.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
I'm worried about Justin.
I am too. I mean, professionals, they have arm pads, they have that thing that blocks their chin, they've got ankle guards, elbow pads, everything, just to step in the batter's box.
That ball, 100 miles an hour, came by him fast, and then he ran up to it. Like, Justin, all right, we're going to check on him. Welcome back. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. If you don't know, Justin Chambers is trying to hit a 100-mile-per-hour fastball in a setting. We'll let you know that in a little bit. So he's kind of indoors doing this, but we have meteorologist Amy Aronson here in studio.
I'm glad you're safe in here with us, Amy. I'm very happy to be in studio today and not doing what Justin's doing. I'd be like ducking and probably running away from the batting cage. So he can go at it all he wants this morning. I'm happy here and safe. And we are starting off comfortable this morning. So as you venture out, maybe to play a little baseball or softball outside this morning, it's refreshing. We've got 50s to start things off. We are starting off with a good amount of sunshine too. As we head through the rest of the day, I'd say knock out everything you've got to get done today, because today it's a little breezy, but it's comfortable. It's perfect for yard work or mowing the lawn or maybe working on the garden. We've got upper 60s and low 70s ahead of us this afternoon. Now, the rest of the weekend won't be this cool, but it also won't be this dry. I'm tracking some changes for the holiday weekend. I'll break them down and let you know what that means for your weekend plans in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
All right, taking a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. This is right over the Loch Raven Boulevard area, and we are doing just fine this morning. A little volume out there, but no issues to report. So if you got to get up and out and you haven't done so yet, might as well do it now. It's a good time to get out there. It is 9:31 now, and city leaders are coming together to try to tackle the massive amount of money that is needed for the state-mandated blueprint for Maryland's future. Happening today, we could see an approved budget.
This has been controversial for almost 6 years now, and Olivia Dance is joining us here in studio. She's got a closer look at some of the concerns about how the city will even be able to afford it, and will this be coming from taxpayer dollars? Olivia?
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. The meeting is happening at 2 this afternoon, and a big part of the meeting will focus on approving the budget estimated to be needed for Baltimore City schools. Likely a big discussion when it comes to the school budget will be the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, also known as Kerwin, which is a 10-year spending plan designed to pour billions of dollars into classrooms around the state. Baltimore City is on the hook for $79 million in state-mandated additional spending. And the city found out earlier this year, after it was only planning to spend $12 million. Mayor Scott says the news was a gut punch, but they are planning to pull the money from the city's surplus last year.
We are going to meet this requirement because it's the right thing to do, and the only way that we're going to grow into being the best Baltimore, and that's investing in our school system.
Now, Mayor Scott has said tapping into the city's reserves isn't sustainable long term. And of course, we'll be monitoring today's meeting to see if any other concerns or possible solutions are brought up. Tom, back to you.
Olivia, the big question, though, is did they say how much of the city's budget will now be going toward education with these new funding requirements?
Yeah, Tom. So Mayor Scott announced the city's budget for fiscal year 2024 is $3.47 billion. And of that, the city will be spending over $400 million on schools. But with a track record of low performing schools, some are worried that more funding won't actually improve the schools. It's likely only time will tell. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance.
Well, happening now, Baltimore City Public Schools is hosting their annual Peace and Remembrance Day. That's in honor of students who lost their lives to violence over the past year. Now, this event is taking place in person right outside of the district office building. You see people beginning to gather for that event.
This holiday weekend, AAA is reporting that the summer travel season kicks off with some 853,000 Marylanders driving more than 50 miles.
With more drivers on the road, that could mean more dangers for construction crews.
Jen Lilly is joining us with an update on the initiative from state leaders to keep our roadways and highway workers safe this summer. Shannon.
Yeah, year-round, and especially as we move into the busy summer months, our construction workers often have a dangerous job working on busy roadways, highways, and interstates. And that risk was certainly made evident on March 22nd when a car driving on Interstate 695 lost control, crashed into a construction site, killing 6 Marylanders. Well, now state leaders are moving forward with a plan to address safety issues in construction zones. So you'll remember last month, Governor Wes Moore announced the creation of the Work Zone Safety Group, being chaired by Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller. Well, at a press conference yesterday, Lieutenant Governor Miller announced that group will convene for its first meeting on June 1st. It's going to be made up of industry leaders, safety experts, and members of the road construction industry. Now, the Lieutenant Governor herself spent some 25 years working as a transportation engineer, and that means she joined a lot of these crews on construction sites. But she says since this March 22nd crash, there have been an additional 145 crashes at work sites on Maryland state roads.
This is why Governor Moore and I are acting with a great sense of urgency. The Work Zone Safety Group will identify ways to improve driver awareness around work zones, prioritize work zone safety training, strengthen our laws to address aggressive, distracted, and intoxicated motorists.
Now, Miller says the group will meet as many times as is necessary. But in the meantime, drivers, you need to do your part. Remember to slow down in construction zones and obey the move over law. And yes, that move over law applies to any vehicle that is on the side of the road stopped with its hazards on. You need to move over a lane. Reporting in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Oh boy. All right, here we go. Trending now, batter up. Towson Little League's season is in full swing.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, never been said the athlete or the sports guy, but he's at a ballpark, a virtual ballpark, with a team of little leaguers. He's got a helpful tool to help track a pitch and then how you can get better in the batting box. And we just watched 100 miles an hour zip past you.
Justin, I'm worried. That was really fast.
By the way, the Towson team, the rec team, they're gone. They were tired of seeing my big butt in here trying to hit a ball even at 40 and 50 miles an hour. But it's actually pretty cool, guys. It's Yellow Bolt Sports. It's here in Hunt Valley. It's right on McCormick Road. So it's a great place to get indoors. They've been open since earlier this year, and this is kind of new technology that they have inside the batting cage. So I'm holding a real baseball. That's what they have. And then when you look up there, Graham, you can see on that shot. So when you're hitting the balls, you can play at any ballpark, any kind of Little League field, Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Obviously, we have Camden Yards up there. And it tracks your hit. It tracks your pitches and all that stuff. We're here with Alex again, and people are having a lot of fun out here, and they're really enjoying being able to get to do something like this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's great for coaches. They can have someone throw to the kids instead of them throwing themselves.
And that's the whole thing too. What's cool about this technology, and if you guys have seen it earlier, there's a video of a guy actually pitching it to you, so you actually kind of get that full range.
Yeah, so you get the live, practice of a pitcher pitching to you rather than a machine, which is
great. How many people have hit the 100-mile-an-hour fastball?
A handful, 2, 3, something like that. So I think one more today for sure, though.
I'm gonna try it here, guys. So get out of there. You got to hold the microphone up. By the way, guys, I want to tell you something real quick. That when that first one came, just hold it way out there so you can hear me. I'm gonna be kind of yelling because he's holding my thing. When the first one came by, I'm glad we weren't on air because I did utter possibly some words.
I bet you did. Some 4-letter words came flying out.
Oh no!
It was like. All right, so let's try.
Fastball is also a 4-letter word, too. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
He's doing, stop moving your arms.
There's a Aroldis Chapman.
Oh, my goodness.
Not even close.
No.
That hit the back of my leg on that, and in the back of my leg, I got to do workers' comp now.
Impressed.
I guess I'll just go down to whatever. It's all good. It's a lot of fun, though. That's a good thing.
You're leaving there with all your teeth. I'm impressed.
Just stepping in the box, 100 miles an hour coming at you.
Yeah, good job, Justin.
Yes.
Good job.
Well done.
We're in Havre de Grace this morning preparing for Little Molly's adventures. And coming up, I learned some moves. Wait a minute, you're not ready for the bump, bump, bump. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
No, what? How are you supposed to follow that? It's something cool for the rest of the work week, but what's going to look like for the weekend?
Oh,
Meteorologist Amy Aronson has to follow this one. She's breaking down your Memorial Day weekend forecast coming up.
Between Justin and Mark.
9:39 is your time. I'm excited about this.
It's been an active morning.
Yes.
It is so Baltimore. May is Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
And you can head up to Harford County. What? Yes, where you can learn more about the rich culture. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark, he is dressed up and ready to go.
I'm with Rena Scales, and we're preparing for Little Maui's adventures, and I'm learning some insight into the culture through dance with Rena.
So as we said before, we are having 3 performances here with Avenue Arts Collective in the Little Maui Islands Adventures, but we're also together for the adults. We get a little taste down the road next Wednesday. We have a class on basic hula and Tahitian. So I'm going to have Mark learn a little bit of Tahitian and get a little workout in this morning, okay? So first we're going to do an ami, okay? And we're going to do a circle with our hips. Ready? Hands on hips, do circle, 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 circle. All right, now get faster. Bend your knees, shoulders back. All right, there you go. Bend your knees, shoulders back. Come on. Hips, hips, hips. All right, if you want to get really complicated, you could try to go down a little bit. But
wait a minute.
We didn't do that one, but we got, okay, so now we're going to do a hip bump. So put your both hands in the air.
Hands in the air.
Hands in the air, and we're gonna there you go, there you go. Bump, 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 bump.
That's my space right there. Okay, I'm tired.
Okay, all right. Well, now we got to put our hands on the side. We didn't do all the moves yet. We have to at least do the 3 basic moves.
Torture. Okay.
All right. So now we're gonna trace a figure 8 on the ground. So we're gonna go trace that figure 8 on the ground. All right. Now get faster. Get faster. Get faster. Get faster. There you go. Trace that figure 8 on the ground. Okay. Okay. So now you got it down. You can drink that beer of yours at Market Street Brewery next Wednesday. So and come out to the show with your family on Friday and Saturday.
I surrender, Rena. I can't handle this, but it was fun. It was fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Mark Clark, Fox 45 News.
He did it.
That was a little twerk. A little Mark twerk.
A little Mark twerk. Yeah. For more information, you go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Okay. I like big brunch, and I cannot lie. How the meal between breakfast and lunch has permanently cemented itself as an American staple.
So first there was Justin, then there was Mark, and now there's you right here next to me.
Let's go to the next one.
Let's get ready to head under the sea. The immersive experience offered at a local movie theater to celebrate the release of the live-action Little Mermaid. 9:44, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Anna?
It is a celebration, and it's happening at Warehouse Cinemas, all for the new adaptation of Disney's The Little Mermaid.
Enter into the world of
their
magic
youth
and wonder
and
and
the fun
recreation
and
of the
freedom that it
underwater
brings
kingdom.
safely.
Owner of
We must do
Circus Siren Entertainment, Morgana Alba, is joining us to share more about this. Good morning, Morgana.
Good morning.
Well, you look all ready for the show tonight. Tell us what's going on there.
So we have a very special event tonight at Warehouse Cinema. It's going to be tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday with real live mermaids in our 1,000-gallon mobile mermaid tank. So not only can you come see this premiere event that everyone's been looking forward to, but you can meet a real mermaid.
That's incredible. Okay, because we were tight on the shot earlier. I'm like, what is she standing in front of? That's incredible. If you have a big tank of water, why not grab some mermaids, right?
Absolutely. You know, the care and transportation of mermaids is a very important thing in the modern world for conservation. So we're excited to have them at Warehouse Cinemas.
Oh my goodness. All right, so talk about why all the fanfare for this movie. I mean, to the point that we are bringing in real mermaids.
Well, I think mermaids have fascinated people since the dawn of time. And for my generation, we grew up with The Little Mermaid. So to be able to share that joy and that premiere movie event all over again with the next generation and our children is going to be really special across all ages.
Morgana, is there any chance?
And for
that,
all ages, Warehouse.
I was going to ask, is there any chance that Ursula may show up?
Uh-oh, no.
You know, I actually got to see the advanced premiere last night, and I'm just going to say if she does, it will be magical.
Oh, okay.
So what else is going on there? Because you have the mermaids. I mean, that's enough in itself, but what else will people see?
Well, this is an all-ages event, so Warehouse Cinemas also has specialty cocktails to celebrate this magical premiere, and we have a special where in the tank with the mermaids, there's going to be real oysters, and you can get a real pearl to take home some of the magic for yourself.
Oh, wow. Oysters. Wait, are you serving up crab cakes or anything like that? Lobster roll?
No. You can't serve Sebastian.
I don't think Sebastian would approve.
Right. Oh, this is supposed to be fun for the kids.
Yes.
You can't scar them. But the pearl is very cute. That is a nice keepsake to remember this this adventure. All right, very cool. So how many mermaids? Just the one in there?
Oh, no, we have 3 mermaids every day, so you can always come at different times and see different mermaids. And as the movie shows us, mermaids come from all oceans, so there's always going to be more magic to see.
Oh, very cool. This is going to be a fun night for folks. Thank you so much.
Morgana Alba, thank you. We appreciate it.
All right, now we got to get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. How cool is that? They're going to have mermaids.
That is going to be so cool. And this weekend, how appropriate. Pools are opening, you know, lots of swimming happening. We are looking at dry conditions to start, whether you're traveling or swimming or hanging out on the water this weekend. Dry conditions both tomorrow and Saturday. And our rain chance for Sunday looks more and more limited. So just some stray showers as we head through the end of the weekend and into Monday, too. So far from a washout. We can see that flag blowing atop of Federal Hill this morning. That northeasterly wind in action there. Lots of folks walking and running by, soaking up the sunshine and the vitamin D. Northeasterly wind right now at 15 miles an hour. Current temperatures in the refreshing upper 50s. Lots of sunshine ahead of us today and tomorrow. First signs of our next weather maker to our south. You can see some clouds starting to surge northward. That's the start of some changes. So we are looking at all sunshine today and again tomorrow, too, as high pressure builds in from the north here. Here comes that next storm system from the south, sending some showers our way. So pushing that moisture in. We are tracking increasing clouds, and then some showers will start to trickle in, too, as we get into Sunday and Monday, but far from a washout. It is cooler the next couple of days. Low 70s ahead of us today. Feels more spring-like than early summer. And then we get low 70s ahead of us again tomorrow, too. But we are quiet for the next couple of days. We are mostly cloudy on Saturday, but a little milder with highs back in the mid-70s. Low 70s on Sunday, so it will be cooler, and we do have a couple of showers and a couple of showers through Memorial Day. But after the long holiday weekend, I'm tracking some summery changes. I'll show you the changes coming up in our full 10-day forecast in just a couple of minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Trending now, classic weekend activity appearing to be finding more takers during the week.
A report from the Wall Street Journal says people aren't waiting now until Saturday and Sunday to go out for brunch.
Now, the report says that thanks to more flexible work schedules, people not wanting to deal with weekend crowds.
All that makes sense. And so now restaurants are trying to cash in by offering brunch throughout the week. There's also been an uptick in restaurants focusing solely on brunch. You know, my favorite. Time for some Miss Shirley's.
Yes. Well, if you do find yourself at brunch today, make sure you raise a glass for your favorite vino.
Today is National Wine Day, celebrating the drink made from fermented fruits that has been a favorite for thousands of years.
Different types of grapes make different types of wine. We all know that. And winemakers even combine different wines to create more complex flavors.
So whether it's red or it's white, pour a glass of your favorite today to celebrate.
Have you ever dreamed of being accepted into Hogwarts? Well, your dream may now become a reality.
So this is my daughter's convinced that when she turns 11, she's going to Hogwarts. But an acceptance letter to the fictional school is going up for auction. The letter was one of hundreds that flew down the chimney in the first Harry Potter movie.
See, I thought owls brought them, but I guess that's
they
the wrong
did.
one.
And then they drop them
Oh,
down
okay, so they do.
chute, and they come flying into the house.
It was donated by a producer and partner of the 1492 pictures, with the proceeds going to charity. The letter is expected to be sold for at least $10,000 at the auction house next month.
I mean, if I had 10,000, okay, but I can make my own letter.
You could. You just need a little bit of wax.
I could figure this out.
Yes.
But that's pretty cool. All right, stay with Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. After the break, meteorologist Amy Aronson has her exclusive 10-day forecast.
You have to rent an owl.
Almost 9:56 on this Thursday morning, Friday Eve. It's felt like a Friday all day, but we are heading into a long holiday weekend. The sun is shining. Look at all the boats ready to go. They are ready for this weekend. The weekend will start off like this tomorrow, but then you'll notice clouds increase over the weekend, but I do not think it's going to be a washout. I think right now it's looking like most likely a stray shower on Sunday, so that's good news if you're doing anything outside. Yeah, this weekend's important.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed it stays drier over wetter.
All right. Well, we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Also tomorrow morning, Eyes of America. That's going to be up at Hereford. Woodlawn High School is going to be up there, so it's a big event happening all weekend long. It's free, 23rd through the 29th. You'll be able to honor your veterans and the veteran families around our area. We'll be hanging out there all morning tomorrow, right here on Fox 45.
And will Justin be back?
Justin will be back, yes.
All in one piece.
Unless he's getting traded and he's actually going to the Royals.